right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Hello, good morning, happy Tuesday, everybody.
What is happening?
Feeling good?
Feeling good over there? Is that a glass Diet Coke that I see? Do I observe? Do I spy with my little eye a glass Diet Coke over there on the other side of the desk?
Why are you outing me right now?
That looks fantastic.
Why are you outing me up?
Is there something to the science behind it tasting better out of glass? Because it absolutely does.
100%.
Now, is that placebo effect, or is there something actually there? What are they putting in the glass Diet Coke that they're not putting in the canned Diet Coke? And why does it taste so much better than the plastic bottle Diet Coke?
First of all, it's a mini Diet Coke.
It is a mini
in a mini
Look
bottle.
At you, a cute little mini Diet Coke over there.
So I told you there's a store in Milwaukee we like to go to, and it's like a odds and ends store. It's like a little grocery section, and it's got cooler stuff, and then they do drinks, sandwiches, and breakfast items. It's an interesting store.
And anything you need is there.
And they have these exact tiny mini bottles of Diet Coke, and they label them fridge cigs in their cooler.
Which is fantastic. They are fridge cigs.
So anytime I go, even if I'm not really thirsty, I grab one. So I went up to Tacoma this weekend with my visit my family and went to the store. My dad was going to foot the bill, and we walked down the aisle, and I just happened to look over. I'm like, you guys got the mini fridge cigs?
You got the fridge cigs in the glass bottles?
He had no idea what I was talking about. He's like, what's a fridge cig?
You're smoking cigs now, Brandon?
So I was like, we got to get these little mini bottles. These are adorable. I don't ever find them at my grocery store.
No, now is it a twist off, or is it a...
No, it's a legit...
You need an actual bottle opener to get
you need a real bottle opener
I appreciate that. There's something about the twist off glass bottle that does not make it feel as authentic.
Feels a little fake.
Yes, I want to be able to... I want to grab my bottle opener, flip that top off.
I want it to hurt my hand if I try.
You try, and then you realize after a couple of squeezes that it's not an actually twist off, and now you have burn marks on the inside of your finger.
Right.
That's a good glass bottle right there.
Yeah. And then, like, my brother was like, why don't you get this? And it was like a 1 liter plastic Diet Coke. And I go,
no, come on now.
Amateur.
1 liter plastic.
First of all, we're power ranking these things. Glass is always number one.
Number one.
But can is a very tightly contested close number 2.
Can blows the plastic bottle out of the water.
I'll give you a take. I've been talking about this because this Diet Coke obsession I've developed the last year and a half to 2 years of my life, people have noticed it. To the point where I have listeners reaching out on Instagram to DM me anything Diet Coke related.
See a Diet Coke video, they send it to you.
And there's all these funny, there's a doctor, and he's like, do you know how many calories in Diet Coke? 0. You know how many daddy drinks a day? 1,000. It's like these obsessed Diet Coke videos.
Right.
And
there's a little subculture.
I had one sent from Tim Monis yesterday, and he goes, these little clips, and it's a guy, and he goes, yeah, if I go to a restaurant, and you have Pepsi, I don't eat at your restaurant.
I'm walking out. I'm done.
And I told him I literally had this experience. So we got done golfing. We just happened to be super hungry.
Let's get some food.
It's a little tavern pub thing. Yeah. I didn't know my wife had made spaghetti.
So there's food at home, which,
lunchtime spaghetti is an interesting idea.
Like fresh spaghetti or reheated spaghetti?
She made fresh spaghetti. It was delicious.
Fresh spaghetti for lunch?
Lunch.
I've never heard of that. I've done leftover spaghetti for lunch.
Same.
Right? It's in the fridge. I'm looking for something. I got home. I'm hungry. Boom. It's in my Tupperware. I've never made spaghetti for lunch.
So I wasn't aware that spaghetti was being made, and so we went to this I got a little smash burger, thing.
Right, sounds good.
And I go, he goes, you want anything to drink? And I go, yeah, can I get Diet Coke? He goes, sorry, bud, all we got is Pepsi.
I'm out.
And I go,
all right.
What? And he goes, you like Dr. Pepper? And I was like, it's fine.
I like Dr. Pepper.
But
I'll do a Dr. Pepper.
I'm a Diet Coke guy. And he goes, and I go, you guys should be ashamed of yourselves.
This is embarrassing behavior.
And he looked at me. I'm not kidding. He looked at me. He goes, I am.
I apologize on behalf of the place that I work. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, and then they screwed my brother-in-law's order up, and it was just like, well, it was a disaster the minute I heard you had Pepsi.
I had a red flag the second I walked into this place of business, and it delivered. I was worried about the service and what we were going to get because you're a Pepsi place. I feel like Pepsi places should almost, I don't know, I've never heard of somebody doing it the other way around, like being a Pepsi guy, and then you go into a restaurant, they're like, all we got is Coke, and you're like, I don't want Coke. I've never heard of that. Maybe that person exists out there.
I don't think it does. I think
don't
it's only
either.
the other way around.
I feel like if you are a Pepsi place of business, which I get, right? The Pepsis and the Cokes battle for the rights for the restaurant or what kind of sodas we're going to serve here. There's a hard line stance you got to take. But understanding that a few people like Brandon Sprague will come in and frequent your institution, I would have some little mini Diet Coke cans in a fridge just for those people. As like a nice, like how nice
but
would
you're
that
not
have been?
allowed to.
Man,
I
what are
think
they
you
going to
sign
do?
your rights
What
away.
is Pepsi going to do? Come and shut your business down?
Is
Or
the
they're going to
delivery
find
guy
out?
going to out you to
You
their
got a little
corporate
can.
headquarters?
I mean, you don't put it out on the table. You pour it into a glass. How great would that be if you went into that restaurant and they say to you, you know what, we're a Pepsi place. I apologize. And you tell them, that's ridiculous. I'm a Coke man and I'd like some Coke.
Yeah.
And he said, you know what? I got a surprise for you. And then he delivers in a glass with some ice cubes and ice cold Diet Coke and says, don't tell anybody. How much are you tipping?
Oh, we're going 25
right?
or
You're
higher.
going above.
We're going 25 or
You're
higher.
thrilled about the experience. Yeah. You were disappointed.
Yeah.
You got a pleasant surprise out of it.
Yep.
It ends up happy.
God, you're not wrong.
And then everybody leaves with a smile on their face, even if they screw up your food order.
First of all,
have a little mini fridge in the back, little tiny Diet Coke cans just for these people.
that would be an amazing feeling to go to a Pepsi restaurant and get a Diet Coke.
Oh, damn it. It's Pepsi. Hold on, buddy.
anybody.
Hold on. I got you.
And I think you're right. I think it's more the other way around. If you're pro Coke, not Pepsi, you will not order a soda. Guess what I got?
What'd you get?
Water.
I'm gonna go water.
So like I'm not getting Pepsi.
You didn't want Mountain Dew.
But if you're a Pepsi guy, you're more likely to lean into the Coke if you have to.
Now, look, maybe that person is out there, and if you are out there, I'd apologize. Please text in, but I've never met that person in my life.
Nobody's a Pepsi diehard.
I've seen the I'm upset that you don't have Coke here person. I know that person because I'm sitting next to one right now. But the Pepsi guy, I've never met that Pepsi guy. I don't know. I don't think he exists.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I don't think he's out there, man.
Look, I just tell you this. From time to time, the sales extraordinaires in our building will come to us and say, hey, we're talking to this company. Does this make sense in your life, right? Like, we're doing a Mr. Plywood thing right now because I'm legitimately building a backyard fence. I got to start it in like a week.
They're like, hey, what do you want to work with? I need some wood,
and
man.
I was like, I know Mr. Plywood. I grew up kind of close to the area. Like, I'm very familiar with it.
Hit me with some wood.
If you ever hear Sprague here for Pepsi, just know there's a gun to my head.
Is that the most unbelievable endorsement that you could do?
That I'm not trying to exaggerate.
I want
this.
you to be Kylie Jenner in the video handing one to the cop to eliminate the protest.
I'm making peace.
Everybody, calm down.
Black lives matter and cops' lives matter.
All lives matter.
Let's
Here's
have
a
Pepsi.
Pepsi.
You know who didn't do dumb advertising like that? Coke.
No, you know what they do? They do polar bears sliding down a mountain.
Santa Claus and polar bears.
That's all that I need, man.
They know what they are.
Making me happy.
They don't go over the top. They don't even need to advertise. Have you ever seen a Diet Coke commercial? They don't need to do it because they know how great the product is. My dream would be, in this industry, to have the endorsement, the DC endorsement.
Yes. Hello, Sprague here for Diet Coke.
And then have in the clause, fridge in garage gym, fully stocked.
Just Diet Coke.
Just DC's.
That's your DC fridge.
I need a row of glass and everything else is can. No plastic.
Okay, for the times you want to get special or fancy.
Exactly.
Class up the joint a little bit.
Yes. And then I would do what Post Malone did. So Post Malone, when Bud Light hired that trans woman.
Yes. Very controversial.
And everybody lost their minds, and Kid Rock was shooting the box of it, and political leaders were diving in like, yes, this is tasty for us to capitalize on. And everybody was like, oh, my political leader hates Bud Light too.
I loved the idea of going and buying Bud Lights and then shooting them. Like, you're still giving them your money, man.
So
you bought the Bud Lights.
When everybody got super angry about that and actually impacted Bud Light sales.
Yeah, it did, yeah.
Bud Light pivoted out of the trans woman.
They did.
And what did they pivot into?
Hard turn.
We need to get out of the trans business. What do? How about Peyton Manning, Shane Gillis, and Post Malone? Yeah, brother.
That's about as hard as a turn as you could take.
So they went that direction, and then Shane Gillis is doing these weird Bud Light commercials that aren't really that funny, and Peyton Manning's at his barbecue, and then, oh, here's Post Malone. Is he country? Is he rap? Is he? I don't know what he is. But in the deal, Post Malone has one of his best friends. He makes $1,000 a day. This is in his contract.
$1,000 a day.
Bud Light pays one of his best friends $1,000 a day.
It's a good gig if you can get it.
To be his Bud Light bong man.
Like, hey, I need a Bud Light now. Stat.
And if I want to hit a bong of
Yeah.
Bud Light right before my show,
yes.
Alex, this is your job.
You're up, buddy.
That
now
is
it's your turn.
all your career is.
You follow me around with a Bud Light in your pocket just in case I want one.
You live in my orbit. You get a lot of the leftovers from that, but you also
Right.
make $365,000 a year
I'd do that job.
to be my Bud Light bong man.
I'd be that Bud Light guy.
And I would hire somebody
Be your Diet Coke guy.
to be my Diet Coke top-off man.
Jimmy! 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 Sorry, sir.
I couldn't believe that was
Here's your
real.
Diet Coke.
And I saw the video, and it's like, Jimmy, what do you make, $1,000 a day?
That's a
And then
different
he gets
level.
on his knees, and Jimmy's just sitting there holding a bong as
Beer
they pour
bong,
Bud
beer
Light
bong,
on.
beer bong, beer. Okay, now I'm all done.
That would be awesome.
You could go back and sit over there now, Jimmy. Your role here is done.
That's the perfect endorsement.
That is absolutely one of the best jobs that you could ever get. Because living in Post Malone's orbit's got to be a lot of fun.
Has to be awesome.
How many times a day is he? I mean, I'm sure he drinks, he has fun, but how many are you actually drinking a day?
You
right?
have days where you're not doing your
Right,
job.
there's days when you're not there. Hey, Post, you need me? Nope, you're good. Okay, I'm going to stay in the cabana today. I'm not going to come in the actual house. I'll hang out here and play my video games, making $365,000 a year. That is one of the best jobs on the planet.
I agree.
Be a hanger on a Post Malone. People are asking what's the difference between Diet Coke and Coke Zero.
I've read about this because I have family members that are super pro Coke Zero versus
It's the
Diet Coke.
sweetening agent. It's
Okay.
the
I think
whatever.
Coke Zero is more in line with the Coke taste, whereas Diet Coke is clearly
Right.
aspartame. It has a different variation of
There's
flavor.
definitely a different flavor.
I
I know
can
that.
give you both, and you really would be like, oh, that's
Yes.
a Diet Coke, and that's...
I'm not anti-Coke
Coke
Zero. You hand me a Coke Zero, I'll drink it.
I can do it.
You put it in front of me, I got no problem with that.
I'm not mad at it, but like
Yeah.
if I'm deciding between, like I was at a party recently, a water or a Coke Zero, because there's no Diet Coke,
Right.
I'll lean water.
You go water over the Coke Zero.
But like I'm also not, if I'm on a camping trip or something and
Right.
all somebody brought was Coke Zero, I'd
You'd be
dabble
okay.
in the Coke
You
Zero.
drink that Coke Zero.
I'm not like that anti-Coke Zero.
We have two people chiming in saying they are Pepsi over Coke people.
No. That's fine. My
Yes.
wife is actually one of these people.
But are you such a staunch
No.
Pepsi over Coke person that you refuse to drink Coke products?
And that's where I will push
Yes.
back and say, I don't believe those people are.
You
I
could
think those
favor it.
people
That's
would
fine.
drink a Diet Coke, a
Yes.
Coke Zero, a Coke, whatever.
If you go, Deal said, where did this go? Costco changing to Coke was a high point in my life. I don't
Oh.
think that's sad at all.
Amen, dude.
No, I don't think it is either.
Man.
I got to pick some up on the way home today.
The Costco case?
No, but I should probably do the Costco case, but we're not going to go to Costco today. I'm not going to Costco just for
Yeah,
Diet Coke.
Costco, you got to mentally be ready.
I'm not ready for that. I don't need that much stuff. I'm not going just for Diet Cokes. We'll go to the local grocery store, get our hands on a 12-pack, and call it good.
Do you remember that, speaking of Deal's text there on the switching to Coke
Yeah,
stuff?
it's a big deal.
I'll never forget the first time I bought the big case of Diet Coke at the back of the Costco
Yeah.
that I live by. When I came out, I almost literally did the Will Ferrell Step Brothers toilet paper scene of like, yes, I got one. The big Diet Coke
There's like
case.
972 in here. This is like a month's worth supply of
It
Diet
takes
Coke.
up my whole garage fridge. It's crazy.
Throw them all in there.
Usually there's like 8 leftovers that I have to leave on the floor until we can make room for more.
Every time I'm at the grocery store, I do take a walk down the aisle. And I don't know why I don't do it more often, but I always contemplate every time I see the glass bottled sodas. I'm like, God, I should buy one. And I don't do it. I don't know why. Last time I had a glass bottle soda was the preschool sent Teddy home with a dad's root beer for Father's Day weekend
That's a cool.
in a glass
Yeah, I
bottle.
could
Like,
get
hey,
down
here's
with
it.
that.
And I was like, dude, you know what? When was the last time you had a dad's root beer?
Dad's root beer is delicious.
I got no beef at all with
Not
dad's
at all.
root beer.
Is that a Pepsi product?
I don't know who the parent company is of Dad's Root Beer. They're all run by Pepsi or Coke. It's one or the other. And I had it on Father's Day, and I got to admit, delightful. It sat in the fridge for 2 days. We picked them up on Friday. I'm like, that's cool. I'm going to wait till Father's Day, and then I enjoyed it on Father's Day.
So Sunday, I did something rather irresponsible for me. I went out to dinner at 7:30 in North Portland.
That's a little late and a long drive.
Andy, we didn't get home until 9:28. I was like, well, I got a shower still. I had
How many
like
times you glance at the clock on the drive home? Like, damn it. Damn it. It's
I
already-
tried not to
it's already
do that. I tried to
9:07. We're still-
internally keep that, like, don't let it bother you, whatever.
Still 20 minutes away.
But we went to a pizza joint right off of Mississippi. And
good pizza over there.
They had good pizza. This spot was really good. And I went over and I was like, oh, my daughter wanted a lemonade. So I went to go check they had lemonade. I'm like, oh, they had Diet Coke. Went over to the machine. Do you know what they had?
What was in there?
I can't recall the last time I had seen this in my life. They were stocked by the RC Cola Company.
RC Cola still out there grabbing restaurants? Good for RC Cola,
but, like,
man.
they had flavors. Was RC, Diet RC.
Good for RC.
RC Alt or what? They had,
I didn't know they were still alive.
I had no idea.
Good for them.
My mind was blown.
What? That's a pleasant surprise. I'm not even mad if I go in and see an RC Cola. I'm more shocked that it still exists. And then I say, you know what? That's good for them. I'll have an RC Cola. It's not the same. It's a watered-down version. But I also grew up drinking the Kirkland sports drink and thought it was delightful.
Oh,
so
yeah.
you throw an RC Cola
Absolutely.
at me? Look, it's not a Diet Coke, but I'll drink an RC Cola.
I came up with a advertisement for Shasta years ago because my mom would be cool with it most of the time and get like a Coke, or maybe she'd get my little brother a Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
We went through times where it was like, we got to go Shasta route here.
Sure, we're going to get the lesser than version.
And you're a kid. You don't really care. You just want to drink the sugar.
Sugar, soda.
Yeah, and I remember just like looking at my can. I might have been like 12, and I just looked at my can, and I was like, well, if you has to, drink a Shasta. And I just told my little brother, he's like, dude, there should be a commercial.
Do that in the mirror 15 times over. Let's film that. If it has to, it's got to be a Shasta.
Well, RC and Shasta have to know what they are.
They know their lot
right?
in life.
They're the alternate cheap version that people will absolutely dabble in. Some people like it.
You fill somebody's voice. That's a need that somebody has. For the Sprague household growing up, we needed a cheaper soda. And guess what? They delivered that product.
Dude.
It's like Shaq's sneakers back in the day. You can't afford a pair of Jordans, you go to Kmart, you get yourself a pair of Shaqs.
That's
It'll
a
be
real
all right.
thing.
That is a real thing.
Yeah.
You have to have a cheaper alternative. And they fill the void from time to time. I'm glad that RC Cola is still in business.
I was shocked. I'd not seen that in
I
quite
can't
some
tell you
time.
last time I had an RC Cola, but that's awesome, man.
I'm not seeing like a Pepsi or a Coke. I
For
think,
Dad's Root Beer? Are
I
they
think
independent?
Dad's is an independent Chicago-based company.
Good for Dad's,
Well, Coke
dude.
has Barks,
Yep,
the
they have
one
Barks.
with caffeine.
Okay.
Is Pepsi A&W or is A&W?
No, A&W is its own thing.
Yeah.
They haven't been bought by KFC or Taco Bell yet.
I feel like they're all combined with an KFC and a Taco Bell.
Isn't Taco Bell Pepsi?
Ooh, good question. I haven't gone into a
Taco
Taco
Bell
Bell
is
in a long
part
time.
of Yum Brands. Now, they might have a deal with Pepsi.
Okay.
I don't know that Pepsi outright owns them. Unless
What's the last time you
what's
went?
Pepsi's root beer?
Oh, that's
Oh.
good.
Because if Barks is Coke, and I'm not a big Barks guy.
Who owns Dr. Pepper?
Pepsi.
Pepsi owns Dr. Pepper?
Yeah, they have Mountain Dew and Pepsi.
So
They
they
have
have-
good
yeah.
good sodas under their umbrella.
Is Mr. Pibb still out there?
You know what?
Pepsi owns Mug Root Beer.
Mug root beer.
Not a mug guy.
Not a mug guy.
Not a mug
It's
guy.
really sweet.
Yes,
like
it
root
is.
beer's sweet to begin with, but
Well, what is the best root beer for you guys? Because I would argue Dad's
I
is
think
in the
Dad's
running
root beer
for me.
is probably the top of my
A&W is
list.
pretty good.
A&W,
is
you're
not
right.
bad. I got
An
no beef.
A&W like ice cream float,
Yeah.
pretty hard to top.
Every
that.
time I'm in Corvallis, you stop at the A&W.
Absolutely.
That's the only thing. That's the only one I know about.
Yeah, well, there's one on Sunnyside actually.
Is there really?
It's a KFC A&W production.
You walk in, you're like, hey, there's an A&W in here too.
You like popcorn chicken with your root beer float? Come on in to our A&W and
When
KFC.
people- what's the percentage of breakdown of people who go to those combo restaurants and eat at the A&W?
Oh, that's a great question.
Because I feel like the majority of the time where you're going to KFC,
well,
are
what's
you
the
not?
combo? Is it Taco Bell A&W or is it KFC?
KFC A&W. 80-20? 80-20 people going in there?
Do you watch?
You get a little lonely over there on the A&W side? Like, no, hey, over here, hey, we got food too.
I think they're in the same. I don't think they have a side.
There's
I
not
think
a
they're
side.
sharing.
There's not like one
All right,
desk on
so
one side.
it's KFC, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, and
Yeah.
Habit Burger and Grill, which is big in California.
There's a Pizza Hut A&W, huh? Root beer float.
Pizza Hut A&W is pretty
A&W
good.
is not part of it.
Oh,
No.
okay.
I'm looking at, the brands of Yum Brands. It is, KFC, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, and Habit Burger.
I've never had Habit Burger before.
They're in California. They're not
okay.
bad.
Habit or
Not bad.
Habitat?
Habit,
Habit.
Habit.
There's one in Clackamas with a name like that just. I think they're starting to move in here.
Oh,
Starting to
maybe.
infiltrate our territory.
I ate there once.
They're actually pretty good.
Yeah, the sweet potato fries are money.
I like a good sweet potato fry.
Look at us giving free advertising to all these companies. Who are
Yeah.
these companies?
Give me a call, all right? Come on, help me out here.
I need that Diet Coke endorsement. Let's do it.
That would be fantastic.
Not even Ray Charles could make me like Pepsi, and he was one of the goats. You guys remember that commercial?
Did he know what he was drinking anyways? They probably slipped him a Diet Coke. It tastes better.
That would be one of the
That would be one of the best
behind
Diet Coke commercials.
Hollywood true backstories.
If Coke was that petty, to
We found out that
AI
Ray Charles had no idea.
AI Ray Charles into a commercial where he gets done filming his commercial,
And
then
you hand him a
and then you hand him a Diet Coke instead, and he says, "Guys, this is delicious."
Dude, that is such a great advertisement.
PM, call me Diet Coke.
He gets off. He's doing his Ray Charles smiling
Right.
shoulder thing. He's got a Pepsi. He's like, get this out of here. And they hand him a Diet Coke. Oh, that's a great
I'm
campaign.
switching. We just did an ad for Diet Coke and Shasta in the opening segment. It's 6:20 in the morning. You're welcome.
Our brains are working. We got a loaded show today. Cafe Day, Dirt and Sprague. Mail Sack Tuesday as well. 503-864-6326. Let's get it going next on 105.1 The Fan.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Red Sox just can't lose. Caleb Durbin's solo home run in the bottom of the eighth inning sent Boston to their 14th consecutive win, 6-5 over the Orioles, longest winning streak in the majors this season. The Sox go for 15 today. That would tie the all-time franchise record. Cal Raleigh had a grand slam in the seventh to blow things open for the Mariners on their way to a series-opening 8-0 shutout of the Reds. It vaulted Seattle back atop the AL West standings. Half game ahead of the Rangers. Game 2 tonight, 6:40. Luis Castillo, Chase Burns, your scheduled starters. Former Blazer defensive specialist Matisse Thybulle has a new home. He agreed to a one-year deal with the Lakers worth $3.3 million. Thybulle has been an all-NBA defensive team selection twice in his career. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
All right, welcome back in. Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague at the top of the hour. Got a lot of audio to get to yesterday. We had Bill Conley on the show. And so we invited Bill Conley into our lovely Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague.
It was a delightful breakfast.
It was. He chose a corned beef hash.
Yes, he did.
Which I'm, oh my God, it's an elite breakfast right there. It's Tuesday.
Mail sack. Sack it up, boys.
Brought to you by Sparta TRT, 503-864-6326. Get your mail sack questions in. We'll get to that in the final hour of the radio program today.
I love that the mail sack has led to people texting them in night before or like in the middle of the night. The first thing I see when I open up the text line on Tuesdays is always like a mail sack question from 7 hours ago. And I appreciate you.
Somebody
That's awesome.
that knows he's likely to forget.
I'm not
or
waking
sleep
up in the morning.
or whatever. I got the night shift.
I listen to the podcast later in the day.
Our bartender friends.
Here you go.
Whatever the case.
Here's your mail sack question.
I saw a study this morning that had, like studies are sometimes just dumb, right? Like,
we interviewed 62 people, and
Yeah,
they
exactly.
say 97% of Americans feel this way. Like, oh, okay, that sounds accurate.
How's that math work?
One of them was like, working before 10 a.m. long term just destroys your health and your mental well-being. And I just started laughing, and I was like, before 10?
Before 10?
What if you're off by 10?
What if you're done with work at 10 o'clock in the morning?
That's a different study.
I felt seen, is what I would say by that study. I was like, yes, it does.
Yeah, wears you down slowly but surely.
Grinds you down.
All we are is dust in the wind.
I remember a few years back, I had one night, we weren't working the next day, and I had something popped in my brain. So I wrote it down on my iPhone notes to not forget for show-related purposes. The problem was, when I woke up, I remembered that I had put a notes thing, but I couldn't remember what it was, so I opened up the notes app, and I did not understand what I wrote
Just
because I
gibberish,
was
huh?
so high when I wrote it that it didn't
I
make
can't
any
put two and
sense.
two together here, man. What was I trying to say?
I was like, way to help yourself there, bud.
Can anybody understand this? Showing it to people as you walk around. Do you know what this says? I'm
Yeah.
confused.
I'm very confused. You know who else is confused?
Who's
ESPN
confused?
and Matt Miller fans. We need to talk about this. We have delayed this enough. I've had this on the notes. I have not got to it. I didn't get to it Thursday, Friday. So
Crazy story.
this is a very weird one. Matt Miller, I would describe as a friend of the program. We've had him on like 8 times, 10 times.
From before ESPN to his time at ESPN.
Bleacher Report.
Every time around the draft, we reach out, and he's usually very accommodating with coming on in March, early April,
Yes.
and giving us some thoughts on the NFL draft.
And he's one that I've followed for a very long time because I'm not Mr. Draft Guy, but like if I'm consuming draft-related content to not sound like an utter moron,
Yeah.
I want to be educated.
Right.
And Matt Miller is somebody who's worked his entire life to get to ESPN. He was so good at Bleacher Report that ESPN was like, damn, we can't ignore him anymore.
Go grab that guy.
Mel Kiper is just giving the scorching hot take on everybody and eating pumpkin pie. We need the next Mel Kiper in line.
They thought it was going to be Todd McShay, and then he left and started doing his own. Or I think maybe they fired him. I can't remember.
No, they
But-
had the weird vaccine thing with him.
Oh, was he a vax
Remember?
guy? I don't remember that full
He
story.
refused to be vaccinated.
Got it.
And so he did it. He stayed at home, and then ESPN was like, we need you in studio. And he's like,
Nah,
I'm not doing that.
I'm not coming in studio.
I still consume Todd McShay's content
I
on
do
The
too.
Ringer. He does
Yeah.
a great job. But Matt Miller, for those, did we talk about his accident?
I think we talked about the accident when it happened.
So Matt Miller lost his arm. He was
Yes.
involved in a very high level like collision with his Ford Bronco. He hit a semi. He swerved into the other lane. Suffers a massive accident. I'm sure some of you out there have seen the car. It looks absolutely total. It's one of
Yeah.
those like, how are you alive?
When you see the car, it does not make sense how he's still here.
And he got rushed. He got airlifted to a hospital, had all these surgeries, ended up having to lose his arm. And so he and his family send out a GoFundMe. And it's like, help me recover from this.
Yeah. I think the initial goal was 10,000 or 20,000. I can't remember.
It was something in that ballpark.
Yeah.
So as this happens, many people have the instant reaction, wait a minute, you work at ESPN, you probably make high 6 figures. Why are you asking us for money?
Right.
Which, I mean, can you just choose to not donate? Why do we always got to pop off on
If you
people
don't want to
making
donate,
money?
you don't
Yeah,
have to donate.
right?
It did lead to the hilarious picture of Adam Schefter donating $100.
No. It was 1,000.
Was it 1,000?
I think it got edited to 100. But Adam Schefter makes almost $10 million a year or
Yes.
more.
He's making a significant
and he
amount of money.
donated $1,000.
Right.
I did kind of laugh at that, but to each their own.
Yes.
Anyways, it starts coming out day by day after this crash that Matt Miller had created all of these fantasy football leagues, and there was cash prizes for the winners, and all of these people, basically on a Reddit stream, were coming to the forefront of, he didn't pay out.
No, we had winners of all these different
And these
leagues.
are money
he did
leagues.
Not, yes.
You buy into the leagues.
$100, $200, whatever the buy-in is, and there's a payout for the winner
There's a
of the league.
payout for the winner, and I'm not talking about like 1 or 2 people. There were multiple people involved in it. Like a lot of people came out and was like, I never got paid.
Right.
Oh, I never got paid. So then it starts to get a little fishy. Like, what's going on here? The GoFundMe ups the amount that he's aiming to get.
Yeah, he hit the 10,000 or 20,000, and they immediately
I think it went
doubled
up
it
another
up.
10 or
and then now
whatever.
I think it finally got set at 50,000. I don't know if he ever hit the 50,000, but that's where it ultimately ended up going.
Well, and then you pair the odd, like, it starts to become viral, these non-payouts of the fantasy football leagues. Then the video of the accident comes out, and it's one thing to be occupied by your phone in the car. I think if we're all being in a trust tree, we had a moment.
Every single
Okay,
person
stop.
alive has had a moment looking at their phone.
If you haven't, I commend you, but largely 99% of humans, I think, have been like, whoa. It looked a little more than just, to me, like somebody being distracted by a text.
It was a slow veer. It's a one lane each way. It looks like kind of a countryside highway almost, if you will.
Just a
Not a
two-lane
lot.
road.
2-lane road, and it was a slow veer into the other lane towards the truck.
towards the semi.
Towards the semi. The semi tries to swerve at the last moment, and then Miller tried to swerve at the last moment.
And he
maybe it
swipes
saved
him.
his life with
Yeah.
that little, slight quarter-inch
I would
move
say
of
it
the
did.
wheel to get him out of the way of being a head-on collision, and they ended up swiping, and his car went flying. And he
And-
flew out of the windshield.
And he flew out of the windshield. He's airlifted out. This is big accident. Then the fraud stuff comes out about these fantasy football allegations. It's just a bizarre story, and now it's being investigated
Yep.
by the state of Missouri. The Athletic did a full investigative report on it.
Yep.
And then people are now finding old tweets of like, this Army vet needs a laptop. Send me $80, $100 to my Venmo, and we'll be sure we get it to him. And people are like, did that go to a soldier?
This is the tough part, because now that you've opened Pandora's box, all of your history is going to get dug through. And if you're scamming people in one way, which I think has been proven by the number of people that have stepped forward, and there's people who have screen grabs of his responses to emails and all this stuff. Everybody kept all the documentation of saying, hey, man, I haven't been paid. And him saying, well, I think it was a sleeper account. I don't know if that was the fantasy football account. I'm not.
That's the app.
Okay, that's the app that they were doing it on.
App.
So when my account got hacked, once it gets settled, I'll get paid. And then there were people who reached out to Sleeper personally and said, does his account get hacked? And the answer was no. There was people who were emailing him saying, hey, I never got paid. And him saying, oh, okay, it's on the way immediately. And then the next email is like 2 weeks later from the person of like, hey, man, I never got the money. And then he never responded to that one. And so once you open that box and it appears that that is real, that you were basically taking people's money for fantasy football, all of the other stuff's going to get scrutinized, and that's where it somehow finds a way to get uglier by the day almost, because people will find tweets, to your point. There's one that him and his wife did, I think, of like, we found 5 single mothers in the area who need Christmas presents. Venmo me now if you would like to help pay for their Christmases. And there's no information on
now,
the people.
we don't know for certain.
We have no idea
if that money went towards that or he kept it,
we have
right?
no idea.
Okay,
but
I don't see it in this report.
No, but when this, I don't know if you can prove that, because she's just saying,
well, how are you going to find 5 random people?
Hey, are you one of this? Visit every single mother living in Missouri saying, did you get money from the Millers for Christmas?
You know
it's
impossible.
Fake
when they go, they moved.
I mean, honestly, the first thought that I had here watching all this kind of stuff, now they're obviously very different for differing reasons, was Craig Carton was one of the first thoughts that I had. A guy who was a massive media star, who was a host of W fan, ironically now host of W fan again.
Well, he's got good relationships with certain
yes,
people.
he does. Yeah. And he did the Fox Sports thing for a while, and it didn't work, and now he's back in New York, and he was fired for not this exactly, but something somewhat
ticket
similar.
Scheming. He stole $1 million plus.
Yes, from people of selling tickets, and he had some gambling debt, and it became a whole thing for him. And so eventually they pulled the lid off of it. He got in trouble. He went to prison for a little bit, if I remember correctly, and is now back working in sports media. So maybe that's what happens with Matt Miller, but there is such shady behavior that comes out. And when you're asking for stuff and you're stealing money in that regard and just taking random people's $100, $200 buy-in for fantasy football, it makes a lot of people wonder, how did you get there? Because you were already making a good salary. You're a draft analyst at ESPN.
He was their number 2.
You're your number 2 guy on the big board. You're not making $1 million, but I think you're making in the 6 figures for sure. And how are you financially strapped in that situation? We don't know the backstory. We don't know the family story. It just a lot of more questions than answers for this one. And he sent out some posts right after it happened of like, keep me in your thoughts and updating the surgeries and all that. He had to turn off the ability for other people to respond to his tweets because it was getting really ugly, and people are pissed at him because he's been taking money from them.
Well, they also found people that like he was charging for fantasy football advice. He would do like tutorials of how to tell you who to start or what positions to value, all that stuff. And the amount wasn't like crazy, but I think for everyday Joe's, like I think it was like $500, and it's like, can we just put a pause real quick? I know you want to win your league. $500
for fantasy football advice. Come on, man. Come on.
Play like the nicest golf course in America. You know, get a little more for your
Go play
bang for your
Pebble
buck.
Beach, dude.
Well, so those people were coming out and they were like, he literally Zoomed us one time.
Yeah.
It was 20 minutes, and he told me everything I already knew.
Hey,
and then he didn't do a follow-up like,
Josh Allen, your quarterback, you should try and get him. He's pretty good.
Should get Lamar.
Lamar's pretty good.
Lamar's pretty good in fantasy. Rushes a lot.
Yeah.
You want touchdowns. Touchdowns are important.
Yeah.
Team defense. You want a good team defense.
Yeah, point per catch league because you can probably look at this wide receiver. Thank you. I'm well aware of that. I appreciate that insight.
So now it's just like it's kind of a crazy fallout from like what seemed like an awful.
Yes.
I mean, it still is. It's an awful situation, right?
Yes. Thankfully, everybody survived it, and no lives were lost in the crash. But.
Yeah, and nobody else was impacted outside of the semi truck that got hit and Miller. But
it's also leading people down, and nobody will ever know, and maybe we will. I'm not sure, but the idea of if this was starting to circle the drain a little bit prior to the accident, people were starting to complain. There were I don't know if authorities were getting involved, but like this had started to reach people like the Attorney General in Missouri, and they were aware of some of these allegations, and then the accident happened.
Yeah.
And it led a lot of people to wonder, was that an attempt, or was that being distracted at the phone? Was that just a random mistake? Did you see an ant? Like, well, nobody will probably ever know the right answer there, but it does make you question how it all started.
He did respond to the Athletic report and basically said, my counsel has advised me to not say a lot, but basically anybody that's not been paid out, they can contact me, to which people have noted he has started to pay some of those out.
Ah, yeah.
And
got his
then the
account back. Now we can pay you
well,
out.
Then the investigation started. So I don't know if he'll be guilty. It's just an odd story, and this is like, who's the number 2 on NBA for ESPN? Who's the number 2 in general NFL? Like, this would be like if Orlovsky, right, or Amina Kimes,
Right.
except draft. So it's just, he was somebody that rose pretty quickly in his career. Not quickly, but rose to a level in his career where
Without a doubt.
the biggest media company was like, we got to hire you. You're our number 2. Draft coverage galore. Boom. All this comes out. Let's see where it goes. We'll give you a follow-up once the
Don't steal people's
wraps.
fantasy football dues, man. People take fantasy football very seriously.
Absolutely,
And
they
if I
do.
win my league, I better get paid out.
Is this beneath an athlete? Next on The Fan. All right, welcome back in. Football season is here. SEC Media Days roll on. Greg Sankey talks every day.
I guess. Yeah, he's up there giving another talk. What's up, Greg?
I feel like Greg Sankey has a lot of mirrors in random bedrooms in his mansion for reasons I don't want to talk about on the air.
He's got a cocaine problem? Is
How
that
many
what you're
times
saying?
can you talk? Like, you gave your thing yesterday. What do you have to talk about today?
Hey, guys, we're
he's
serious.
gotta-
We'll really take our ball and go home. I mean
Set up the day.
The day's been set up. We know the schedule. Kirby Smart is set to talk at 6:45.
There you go.
Get off the stage,
Yeah, everybody's waiting to hear from Kirby.
old bum. So I asked before the break, is this beneath an athlete? And I want to ask you, and I feel like I know your answer. Tom Brady
Yes.
doing the Logan Paul
Yes.
WWE.
Get out of my life, Tom. You've ruined enough of it. Get out of my life. You already ruined my Sundays. You made Greg Olson go to the number 2 team. You dominated
didn't.
my
Fox
football
did.
world
Fox
for
did
20
that.
years. I couldn't escape you. I had to watch you in the playoffs every year. Go sit on a beach, man. Why are you slapping people and doing wrestling fights?
Okay, well.
Holy hell, midlife crisis. Are you wearing a leather jacket and riding a motorcycle too?
Did you
You want to
see-
be in SummerSlam? You're Tom bleeping Brady.
Did you see his intro at Fanatics at FanFest?
I did not see his intro.
He came out in a coffin in the Undertaker music, and they put contacts in his eyes to make his eyes roll back in the back of his head. And
What
he
are
walks
we
out
doing?
in short shorts
Yeah.
and a T-shirt
Yeah.
and just walks out to the stage and stands and looks at everybody. I felt very uncomfortable watching the video. I thought, I know you're doing a lot of pub.
Yeah.
You're probably making a decent do-re-mi out of this, but you're Tom Brady.
You're Tom Brady.
I don't know how to process
You have
some of
7
this.
Super Bowls, man. What are you Joe Montana go jump in a wrestling ring when his career was over and people called him the GOAT? No.
So at the Spain final, the World Cup final we had over the weekend,
Yeah.
there was a video of Logan Paul, and he's shouting at Tom Brady.
Can we arrest them like we did the Tate brothers? Can we just get rid of the Pauls?
I don't think.
Is that not how it works?
I think that's
There's just a couple of sets of brothers I'd like to just, get them out of here.
So he's yelling at Brady. They pan the camera over to Brady. Brady's just sitting next to his son, by the way, who's just innocently in this video wearing a Spain uniform.
Did they still open mouth kiss?
I don't know.
Were they
And
making
then
out at the game?
Brady is just staring at him with his middle finger at him. Doesn't say anything. And I just thought, Joe Montana would never.
Oh, he would roll over in his
Michael
grave.
Jordan
He's still alive.
would never.
But he would roll over in his grave if he was dead.
Now,
How dare you, Tom?
Before you counter with, Sprague, you not remember Bash at the Beach with Dennis Rodman and Karl Malone? I do.
That's different.
One's a pedophile
Yes.
and one married himself. It kind of explains everything there.
Those kind of people are expected to do WWE.
And I already know the counter to my counter. Well, Sprague, did you see what happened this weekend? I'll get to that at Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague. I did. It's one thing to do a one-off appearance. It's another to, be doing this big drum up for an event that I don't even know if he's actually going to wrestle.
He will. You know he will. They're only doing this because they're trying to make money on it somehow.
Well, obviously.
The guy signed a $400 million contract with Fox
He
and
did.
somehow is still desperate for more money.
Made like a billion.
Is it because
from his
Giselle
NFL
took all
career.
of it? Is it because
gonna
you stole
say.
people's cryptocurrency money? Remember that? Remember that? Remember when he misled people and led to many losing their entire fortunes through
This
a
is making you
cryptocurrency
hate
scam?
Tom Brady more.
I
isn't
already
it?
hated Tom
I
Brady.
know, but it's building it up.
Yes, I can't stand this kind of behavior. I also will give you a larger take than that. You know my stance on fanatics. We've debated that many a time
Yes.
on the show.
FanFest.
And there's probably somebody you can throw at me here that is going to be like, damn it, I wish I didn't say that. I lose immediate respect for you if you associate with Michael Rubin. That guy...
Hold on.
There's something in his eyes. He's a witch. I don't know what's going on.
He's a witch?
He's like
I think
casting
you're a
spells.
warlock if you're a male witch.
He's a warlock. I don't trust that
Is
guy.
it a wizard or a warlock?
How does
Swag?
he? I mean, he has
I believe Warlock.
Okay, that's what I thought.
some sports apparel company, and he's buying he's worth billions and billions and billions of dollars.
Yeah, dude.
This is
the
fraudulent.
leagues have bought into his.
There's
sports
ridiculous stuff going on behind the scenes. Where's the attorney general? Let's investigate him. His white party? Are you kidding
company.
me?
The white party,
Dude.
admittedly, it seemed
They're
cool
like
at the start.
sacrificing animals in the basement of a white party. I guarantee you. Pizzagate. 2026. Michael Rubin, stay away. He's ruining Tom Brady.
A white party. It's an odd theme.
Very odd.
We're going to wear all white at
Very
this party.
odd. Yeah, Jay-Z's showing up.
Why?
Yeah, you come straight from P. Diddy's place, huh? Where's the baby oil?
So Tom Brady on the WWE, huh? I would tell you this.
You WWE fan? Does that even do anything for WWE
as a
fans?
former diehard WWF guy,
Yeah.
who then by the time they
When I was
became the
12.
WWE, I wasn't following it anymore. I see clips, and there's some cool wrestlers out there. I would tell you, though, as a diehard former wrestler fan, I think I would hate this.
I absolutely would, too.
Because I found eventually even the Rodman Malone thing way too gimmicky. Like, I didn't need Rodman in the NWO, and I didn't need Karl Malone and
No.
DDP.
No.
Every single event.
No.
I didn't need that in my life. I already had him in the finals. In back-to-back years, it was awful.
Yeah, I feel like, now I don't want to speak for our wrestling bros out there. It's not my cup of tea. I can't tell you the last time I cared or watched anything wrestling related. And in fact, I usually just grimace whenever I see ESPN covering it like a legitimate sport because they're in broadcasting cahoots with them, and we usually yell about that. But if I were a WWE fan, this kind of stuff would piss me off. Like, I want to see the characters.
You
I
want
want
to
to
see character development,
the
right?
actual wrestlers and the
Yeah.
guys who are the villains and the hero. Like, why do I need Tom Brady for a night to get body slammed by one of the Paul brothers? What does that do for me? That does nothing.
Yeah.
I don't get it. And Tom Brady, just sit down and shut up. It's the off season. I got to deal with you every Sunday pretty soon anyways. You're going to ruin my NFL weekend. So why don't we wait until that happens? Don't ruin my summer too.
I just don't know what he's getting out of it.
Fake
It
slapping
can't just
people.
be money. You said it earlier, and I totally buy it. I'm telling you, look up the video of him coming out in the Undertaker casket.
That's weird.
It's one of the weirder things I've ever seen a great athlete do.
How much does it cost to get into the Fanatics Fest?
I don't know. That's a good question. They have some good panels on there.
I mean, I'm sure
Say
they
what you
do.
want about it.
So I did see somebody brought an actual gator for Tim Tebow to sign. I don't think it was a real gator, but it was.
But it was like a stuffed gator?
I don't know, but it was like in a massive duffel bag, and Tim Tebow's like, "What the hell is
That's
this?"
kinda odd.
And it was it was like a big ass gator.
But when he walks out in the Undertaker thing, I'm telling you, look at this video. You guys got to look this up.
Dude, this
it's
is
just
weird.
very uncomfortable. Like,
This
you're
is weird.
going through something.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, man. Maybe it's your ex-wife sleeping with a jiu-jitsu guy and having another kid at like the age of 47.
He's been posting golf content. I follow him on Instagram, and I'm like, cool,
Go play
man,
golf,
lean into
dude.
that.
Be a normal guy who
That's-
retired and go play golf.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Be LeBron James.
Yeah, well.
LeBron James is doing golf content.
I'll tell you this.
Where's the criticism there? If LeBron James is doing this stuff in 2 years,
Yeah, I'll destroy LeBron
we're going
publicly
to destroy
if
him
he's going to
too.
do
You know
this.
what he's not going to do? He's not going to do this. He wants to fade into the background and play golf like a normal man.
The only wrestling-related
Stop
things
dyeing
we
your
have
hair,
is
you weirdo.
LeBron is a rookie at a WWF event
Yeah,
taking photos with a flip phone
in the crowd.
in the crowd.
Yes.
And then LeBron, still to this day, you can hate him all you want. You have to acknowledge, coming back from 3-1 against Golden State in the finals, flying into Cleveland for the parade, and coming out wearing the Ultimate Warrior t-shirt.
Is a phenomenal troll.
It's
one of the greatest
It
of
cannot
all
be
time.
better than that. That is one of the greatest troll. No, I am him. You are not the ultimate. I am the ultimate. It's great.
Dude, I'm watching this Tom Brady video, and I'm getting the heebie-jeebies
It's
right now.
uncomfortable.
There's some weird stuff going on
there's a
here.
weird thing,
He's in a
man.
cult, man.
He might be. Loaded second hour. Kick it off. Got some college football to talk about, but Cafe Day, Dirt and Sprague, hour 2 on the Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Red Sox stretched their winning streak to 14 games. It is the longest streak so far in the majors this season. They got a solo home run from Caleb Durbin in the bottom of the 8th to beat the Orioles 6-5. They go for a 15th straight win today. That would tie the all-time franchise record. Mariners shut out the Reds 8-zip in the opener of their 3-game set. Cal Raleigh with a grand slam in the decisive 7th inning. They go back over the Rangers for a half-game lead atop the AL West standings. Game 2 tonight, 6:40. Luis Castillo, Chase Burns, your scheduled starters. Matisse Thybulle has a new home after he was not extended here with the Trailblazers. Gets a 1-year deal worth $3.3 million to join the Lakers. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
Hour 2. Hello. Good morning. How we doing, man?
Doing fantastic.
Poll question is up. Is it beneath Tom Brady's GOAT status to be involved in a wrestling match with Logan Paul? Yes or no? You can vote at Dirt and Sprague.
Aaron Rodgers is the GOAT again for me, man. That guy just does ayahuasca, and he's reuniting with his family. Good for A-Rod. See those Instagram posts? Mom and dad back together. Happy family.
I personally have the relationships with your family you want to. If they're not treating you right, don't put them in your life. If you want to have a great relationship, have a great relationship. Mend fences. I find it odd when strangers who don't know Aaron Rodgers in any capacity say, "Oh, this makes me so happy." Why?
That doesn't impact your life. Aaron Rodgers finding more pure happiness doesn't impact you in any way, shape, or form.
I saw it and went,
I'm happy for him.
And then I kept going. And then I saw people like, I'm so happy for Rodgers. This makes me so happy.
It's a bit of a
Why?
Taylor Swift kind of fandom. It makes me a little uncomfortable.
Well,
You're not
I used
wrong
to
there.
be in it.
Yeah,
so it's a Tuesday.
Hello.
Brought to you by Sparta TRT. Get those mail sack questions in at 503-864-6326. The sack is filling up. We got a lot to get to in the second hour. Kirby Smart is on the podium. He's got a tan, but he's not Brent Venables, Eli Drinkwitz tan.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to top Venables yet. Will Stein was still pretty pale, but he was always kind of pale. Kirby's got a good tan. I think he enjoys himself in the summer.
I think Brent Venables said, I have a returning quarterback and talent. We made the playoff.
Yeah.
I'm going to have fun. I think Will Stein said, I'm at Kentucky. I don't have time to have fun.
I got a lot on my plate right now.
I think the tanning of a coach tells you the level of the program it currently sits.
That is a phenomenal question.
If Dan Lanning comes into Big
now
Ten
I'm worried.
Media Day.
If he's not tan, now I'm worried.
If he's not tan, you should be worried.
Although he's been working harder, but yeah, to your point, maybe he doesn't feel as good about his team.
Dan
He's
Lanning
been grinding all summer.
He takes the recruiting calls on the boat.
He does.
Okay.
I was a little alarmed when I saw him. I mentioned him. We were down there for the golf tournament. I saw him, and I'm like, dude, you look like you need about 37 hours of sleep right now.
I love
and
that you said that to him.
I did not say that to him, but I was thinking in my head of like, you look exhausted, man.
Yeah,
go
because
take
if
a
you tell
nap.
somebody they look
I
like
can't
they
tell. I'm
need
not
sleep,
telling Dan
you're
Lanning
telling
that.
them they look like crap.
What's the matter with the bags under your eyes, Coach? Huh? What's going on there? Nice to meet you, by the way. I'm not dropping that line.
I went to a get-together with family, and somebody, I walked in, and I just had my regular face, and they go, God, you look tired. And I was like,
Thank you. I am.
Appreciate that. I look like crap. Just say it.
Just right up the
say
gate. Thank you for wearing your emotions on your sleeve. I appreciate that.
So we'll get to some college football stuff coming up, but let's step into Cafe Day Dirt and Spray kickoff hour 2 here.
What are the specials today?
Special today, stack o pancakes with sausage links.
Ooh, okay. Now I'm in. I'm not a big pancake guy.
3 hearty pancakes
I
with
mean,
some
look,
melted butter and syrup?
I'm not saying pancakes are bad. I'm just saying when I'm at a breakfast place, it's not in my top 5 of things I'm going to order. I'm not 12. No offense to pancake people out there, but Swag knows I'm right.
Well, French toast better, yes. Is a waffle a little better? Yes.
I'm just saying. You
like,
just
when
proved
you
my
walk in
point.
and
That's
smell
even in
the
the
pancake.
that's in the breaded category alone. It's already in last place in its own silo. Now I add an omelet in there, maybe just a basic breakfast of some scrambled eggs, some toast, and some bacon and some sausage. I'd rather have that.
I feel like at times pancakes are just filler.
Yes, thank you.
What do you mean at times? They are filler.
Yes,
You just eat
they're
pancakes,
massive.
you get filled.
It's a lot of your hands get sticky with the syrup on the fork. I'm out. I'm out on pancakes.
Do you not know how to eat a pancake with a fork?
It's gonna get sticky. It's gonna happen. Mark my words.
I feel like your fingers
When was
at
the
the end of
last
the fork.
time you ate a pancake and you didn't get any sticky on those fingers?
The last time I ate a pancake.
I'm not buying it. You're lying.
Right. I do love the smell of a pancake,
The
though.
smell of a pancake is solid.
It's elite.
I'll get
It's-
that meal just because there's sausage links involved, and I like sausage links.
Comes with 4 sausage links. Stack O pancakes is
Nah, I'm
3
okay with it.
hearty-sized pancakes with 4 sausage
If you would have
links.
given me like a bowl of fruit, I would have walked out.
No, I gave you oatmeal last week. You got really upset by
Oh
that.
yeah, I want an actual breakfast, man. I'm gonna give me real food.
Let's start with last night's festivities.
Fly ball, blasted, way back and gone! Grand slam, Cal Raleigh!
Aaron Goldsmith on the call, Mariners television. The Mariners get the 8-0 dub over the Reds. This was interesting because a lot of people were happy the Mariners won. They're now in first place by a half game over the Texas Rangers.
The 51-50 Seattle Mariners.
But boy, Dan Wilson not doing himself a lot of favors. George Kirby was awesome in this game. Only a couple hits, a shutout rolling. He was at 80 pitches. Dan Wilson yanked him, went the reliever when their best reliever's been hurt. So they won. They won in
Why?
comfortable fashion. But people are
Why?
like, his management of pitching is terrible.
Why, Dan Wilson?
I don't know.
You fired your last guy and brought in Dan Wilson, and this hasn't gotten any better. Let him go. He's at 80 pitches. His arm's not going to fall off. Good for Raleigh for hitting a home run. The only notable thing from the game last night for me was at one point, a Mariner, I don't know who it was, but somebody hit a ground ball up the middle, and one of the Reds infielders ran into the umpire and couldn't field it, and it allowed runners to keep running, and the Reds pitcher who...
I think that was right. That allowed the bases to get loaded.
And then Cal
or something,
Raleigh
and then
hit the home run. You're
Cali
like, dude,
kicked-
are you
yeah.
kidding me? And he probably would have gotten out of the inning. And the pitcher just yelled at the umpire and called him a fat ass. It's like,
Yeah.
move your fat ass and get out
Well,
of the way.
Julio had to get pulled from this game because there was an errant throw that was going down to first that hit him in the backside.
Oh, that's not good.
Raleigh had 5 RBIs. He is only hitting $163, but a lot of Mariner fans are super excited about. Maybe this is the turnaround. Maybe this is what he needed to see the ball leave the yard.
Seattle
in a
now
grand
in
slam.
first place by a half game.
I already said that.
Yeah, he did, yeah. Double-digit home runs, by the way.
I know
now
the
for Cal.
cafe is a little loud.
It's
Sometimes
a
you
little
can't hear
loud,
the
yeah.
conversations happening. These people don't shut up back
I
here.
know.
Did you hear
I'm
Newman
sitting
died?
right next to the kitchen door.
Yeah, exactly. Let's continue on Major League Baseball.
1-2. Vargas keeps this one fair down the left field line. Mydroth. He will score. Murakami will be held at third. A new career high. RBI number 61 for Miguel Vargas. Gives the White Sox a 6-3 lead.
Yeah, there is White Sox television. You might be wondering, why are we playing a White Sox clip?
I would love to know the answer.
It's a great question. The White Sox are in first place. They're
They
ahead of
are.
the Guardians by
Yeah.
a game. They're 53 and 46. When's the last time they won over 60 games in a season? I feel like it hasn't
been a minute.
happened.
It's been a while for the old White Sox.
And I just learned who Miguel Vargas was at the All-Star game.
hey, that guy plays for Chicago.
He does. He's
Yeah.
a third baseman.
Hit the only home run of the game.
The only
He
guy I
didn't
know
have
is
a home run.
Huh?
the All-Star game.
No, the All-Star game.
Oh, the All-Star game. Yeah,
the
yeah.
All-Star game.
You worried me there a little bit.
No,
Now where
All-Star
things are
game.
getting
No,
contentious.
he got 2 RBIs.
Hey, you know what? In your face. Last time they won over 60 games? Last year they won 60. Well, not over.
That's
technically.
not over.
But they won 61 in 2023.
How about
so
over
double in your
70?
face?
How about over 70?
2022 they were 81 and 81.
How about that?
That's not that long ago, actually.
I mean, 4
they won
seasons.
93 games in 2021. 5 years ago, they won 93 games. Who would have thunk it?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was worth playing.
Good for the White Sox.
I'm giving the White Sox a shout out. They got a sick logo, but they've been largely
They
irrelevant
do,
my
yeah.
whole life.
They got a terrible owner, and they shouldn't exist. Move them out of Chicago.
I do agree with that.
Where LeBron plays will affect the schedule. So I would like him to make his announcement already so we can finish the schedule because, as you might imagine, the teams are calling us, the networks are calling us, and everybody wants to lock in the schedule. But it will influence how we set the schedule, how we set opening week, Christmas Day, etc. So I need him to make a decision, but the direct answer is I have no inside information.
Really funny, Adam Silver I need LeBron to make my schedule. He's going to be 42 in December.
It's almost over, Adam. You better figure out what you're going to do when he's gone, because that runway's coming to an end sooner than it is later, man. I don't know.
Help us with our situation and stop caring about LeBron's decision.
How about we get an arena deal done so the team doesn't move town? How about that, huh? Why don't you call Burt Cold and tell him to stop being an anonymous source in articles?
God, how many
let's
city
figure this
councils
thing
are gonna
out.
talk publicly, dude? I'm so tired of a new quote.
It is hilarious to think about, and I asked this question yesterday off the air. How many nationally televised games do the Cavs get without LeBron next year, and how many do they get with LeBron next year?
So I'm not going to give you a guess on how many they get without him. What I would say is if the Cavs get LeBron, I think there's at least 8 more nationally televised games.
Opening night
they
guaranteed.
Get opening night.
Christmas Day
they get
guaranteed.
Christmas Day.
Without a doubt.
They probably get MLK Day, one of the national games there.
I mean, I know they do basketball all day, but
What?
I view that day a little bit differently. Do people sit around on MLK Day and watch basketball all day?
I don't know. They got national games all day.
I know that they do, yeah. I know that they do.
I just think they're going to get more.
They absolutely will.
The ABC Saturday games.
I would be
they'll
willing
They'll
to
get
bet
more of those primetime games rather than the Wednesday ESPN 4 o'clock game.
I'd set the over-under almost at like 16.5 with LeBron.
I don't know what the
it's
max.
It's going to be like a quarter of their schedule will be on nationally televised games.
Yeah. So Silver waiting on LeBron's decision to make the schedule.
Order up!
Don't have audio on this because nobody cared enough to talk about it.
What?
Matisse Thybulle is a Laker.
Yeah.
Oh, no. What are we going to do?
The sexiest Blazer alive is officially our enemy. He signed a
3.3 mil.
1 year, $3.3 million deal. I did love the reaction to this. And look,
how will we ever rebuild? Will we survive?
A lot of people made a good point, a fair point, I would say, of like, wait, 3 point. I have 2 opinions on this.
Okay.
I did see the reaction of like, wait, it was only 3.3 to keep him, and I thought, why would it be more than that?
It shouldn't be more than
What
that.
did he play in like the last 2 seasons for the
I know.
Blazers in total games?
I believe it was 45.
He was hurt the first half of the season.
That's his
last
career
year.
in a nutshell as a Blazer. He was hurt.
Dude, Matisse Thybulle sucks.
He's averaged 4 points a game.
He has been in Portland for 4 seasons. So what's 4? I guess one of those trades. So 3 full seasons.
So 3 full seasons at 82 games
is what?
Is 246 possible games.
He's played 110.
All right.
And 3 full seasons. He came over at the deadline in the trade. Was he cut or did we trade for him? I can't remember.
I can't remember.
We picked him up. He played 22 games at the end of 22-23. Then played 65, then played 15, then played 30. His highest point per game average was 7.5 points per game, and he is a horrible shooter.
What's his percentages? Because I was told he's a 3-and-D guy.
I mean, the volume are so small.
Give me the volume.
He averaged 3 attempts a game,
And he shot
39% last year.
3 attempts.
But come on, man, we all have eyes.
Very Portland reaction by us a lot yesterday of just like, what? Like,
There is never
you had all your hopes and your eggs in the Matisse Thybulle basket, dude.
There is not a person alive in this fan base that ever thought to themselves when Matisse Thybulle shot the ball, yes. Never. He was the Al Farouk Aminu, like, what are you? And occasionally they go in and you'd say, oh, all right, that's a good positive outcome. There is not a person alive that thought to themselves as he let a wide open 3 fly because nobody guarded him. Yes, Matisse is shooting.
Yesterday we got some media news. We got more media news this morning, but we got media news yesterday, and it all stems from this a couple months back.
Wake up this morning. Are you feeling okay? You look at AJ Brown, which is this number 1 wide receiver who got 1 target all night, and then you got CeeDee Lamb. But that's the
when was the one target?
That's the target. But
though.
I'm saying
when was the one target?
I'm saying you could have it both ways.
54 seconds left in the game on 2nd and 11. It was the one target. He runs the out route.
You wake up this morning saying AJ Brown has had a better day than CeeDee Lamb.
But you know what you wake up saying though? AJ Brown's team is 1-0.
Of course,
right? Like that's what
I get it.
But the thing is this though, and we shouldn't do this on TV. And
I'm gonna do it.
so I apologize if people think this is rude.
That's the non-player.
Oh, stop! CeeDee Lamb is.
Let me
No
tell you
offense,
why.
but
I'm not saying.
I'm not looking at fantasy football, Ryan. I'm not. Don't belittle me like that. I could come in and say, as 3 ex-players are saying one thing, and give an alternative perspective that maybe CeeDee Lamb did play well. And
Peter, what I need for you to do is not get mad and let me finish for one.
Okay,
Peter.
It wasn't about you. It was going to be about me.
Peter.
Okay.
As a player, I can't speak for CeeDee Lamb. I'm speaking for.
Ryan Clark fired by ESPN. They're doing layoffs right now. They source out McAfee's show. They're going to pay the McAfee company $60 million. Everything's McAfee's getting $60 million directly to himself.
No.
He's paying out everybody on his staff.
Yes.
But to do that financially, they've made some cuts. I don't know if you guys have seen it. Good Morning Football.
Gone.
Good night. Good morning. Good night.
some people would say that happened a couple of years ago when Kay Adams left the show.
I mean, certainly.
Good Morning Football had a hell of a
love
run.
that show.
And the newest iteration, we would still have on from time to time in the studio. Watch it. We can't hear it because we're just watching it in the
I used to
background.
watch it, though, before I'd come into the
Yeah,
studio.
before you come in
morning,
to check it out, see what's going on.
Ryan Clark fired. Sources are saying it stems from that, being condescending to Peter Schrager. That was a very offensive thing to do on live television.
Ryan Clark's had to make multiple public apologies.
I've liked Ryan Clark.
Yeah.
I also think he's kind of become a caricature of himself in a way. Like he feels like he has to perform as himself.
You get filled with that media ego, and you don't really know how to rein it in.
He's got a little crest on his jacket, and I'm just like, you just give the takes. You don't,
Not everything has to be the deepest, most philosophical thing you've ever thought of before. It's okay.
Now, I would note, Ryan Clark, he'll be okay. His podcast does really well.
Yes.
Sad news this morning found out. Carl Ravitch has been let go in these layoffs. Tom Pelissaro as well. Feel bad for Tom. I like Tom Pelissaro.
Yeah.
Carl Ravitch has been at ESPN for 33 years.
He was on the call of the Phillies-Dodgers game last night.
Was he really?
Yeah.
Like when you think of ESPN baseball,
he's one of the names.
Baseball Tonight.
He's Baseball Tonight. Da, 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 da.
Aren't there certain people, this would be like, media companies go through layoff periods.
Mm-hmm. It's very regular.
This would be like coming in and finding out Swag has been let go. And I'm like,
he's been here
6
forever.
years away from being done.
Right.
Why just let him ride it out?
How old is Carl Ravitch?
I don't know, but
if he's been there for
years.
33 years, he's got to be in his 60s.
It's a hell of a run by Carl Ravitch.
He's 61 years old. Like, you're almost there. You're almost to retirement. That one stinks, right?
They
Ryan
also-
Clark, whatever. He's still got his podcast.
Yeah.
I'm sure Ravitch will pick something up. Like, he's a big enough media name. He'll be fine. But it's just the point of being there for that long and being kind of the voice of ESPN baseball for many decades.
Yeah, they also, by the way, fired him during NFL Live. He was on the show, and during a break, they told him he was being laid off. And they said, do you want to finish out? And he goes, nope, see you later.
Peace out.
It was really weird seeing the news that he had gotten fired and then seeing later in the day, like, SportsCenter putting out clips of, like, here's Ryan Clark's take on the Cowboys winning the Super Bowl. I was like, I don't know about that. And by the way, the Peter Schrager, like, you should be fired for saying that. And we said that at the time. That was ridiculous. If you don't have a stronger argument than that, you shouldn't be on a desk debating football.
Did I not give this to Swag? I'm looking for a cut I had.
Oh, did we miss one?
Yeah, here we go.
Order up!
A slam dunk choke slam!
9 feet in the air!
9 feet in the air! With Dominic Mysterio! And alley-oop to the table!
Didn't even take his sunglasses off, Cole!
What are we doing here?
Saturday Night Wrestling.
What are we doing here?
Jalen Brunson and Karl
What are we
Anthony
doing?
Towns on the WWE.
They were in the ring?
Well, Kat did some choke slams.
Okay.
Which's got to be the skinniest looking wrestler to choke slam somebody in the history of the sport.
Yeah.
And then Brunson came out with Roman Reigns, and they traded titles. So Roman Reigns is holding up the Larry-O, and he's holding the belt.
You could probably throw him around like a rag doll. He's tiny.
See, that's different than like creating Brady drama. That's like a one-off appearance.
A one-off appearance where you're showing up to be celebrated for your championship, I view completely differently.
So do I.
Than having a weeks-long build-up in fake promotional videos of you slapping another grown man in order to get people to watch your SummerSlam event.
Cat's not a goat. Brunson, not a goat. So a lot different, I think, personally.
Yes.
Order up!
Yeah, well, the first thing that pops in my head is opportunity. That's going to give opportunity for somebody out there to not fill Nakamura's void, but be serviceable and show what you can do. And a lot of times, you mentioned it, it could be something real simple. And they're like, all right, he's already in good shape. He's been to all of our stuff. Let's just make sure that he's able to get through camp unscathed. It's not like he's going to get lots of reps during the preseason games. It's going to be more joint practices where he's going to get his reps there. I'm hoping it's just being really, really cautious when it comes to Nick and Maury. As far as McIntosh,
That's Michael Bumpus of 710 Seattle Sports. Yesterday, a little bit of a surprising news for Seahawks fans. Nick Immanwori, their stud second-year player who was a great rookie, got a little banged up last year, but when he played, he was excellent.
Yeah.
He was put on the PUP list. Now, an important note on this.
What does it mean in the offseason? When can you take him off?
So the Seahawks can take Immanwori off the PUP list at any time during training camp, but he would need to miss the first 4 games of the season if he remains on the PUP list after the team cuts down its roster before week 1.
Got it.
But there are a lot of people feeling encouraged that this is just camp stuff. He's a little banged up.
Take it easy in camp. We'll see you towards the end of it, probably.
I believe he said something like, I'm feeling okay. It's just we're being precautious here. And,
yeah. I saw this yesterday, and there was a bit of a, did something new happen? Is this a lingering injury?
It was surprising to many.
It was, and then everything I read on it seemed to think that it was not a massive deal. It's also the middle of July. Well, I guess we're nearing the end of July, and I get the camps are opening this week, but we're still a ways away from the start of the NFL season. If you got to miss him for a game or two at the start of the year, it's not the end of the world for Seattle. You certainly like to have him in the lineup, but not quite time to panic yet. If he's still at that point, to your comment on the missing the first 4 games of the season when you're cutting down the roster, then it becomes a different story and a little alarming of like, all right, now it's a month you're without him, and then could it linger after that? But for now, I would say no need to worry quite yet.
He missed 3 games in September last year. This is an ankle-related injury, by the way. But Nick Immanwori put on the PUP list for the Seahawks. Last one here in Cafe Day, Dirt and Sprague.
Order up!
And who doesn't love a good college football rivalry? I love it even more when the coaches lean in. Here was a coach from SEC Media Day talking about his border war rivalry.
It's very important for the region. It's very important for us to continue to make investments in the sport. I think anytime you're continually asking fans to donate, you better have something that causes them to invoke that emotion. And when you talk about the University of Kansas, what's the best thing that comes out of the state of Kansas? I-70, okay? All right? And what do you call a good-looking girl in Kansas? A tourist, okay? So just so we're on the same page, it's important that you have rivalries, and it's important that you play those. And our guys understand that's a big-time game for us.
Yep. That was Eli Drinkwitz on the rivalry between Missouri and Kansas. What do you call a pretty girl in the state of Kansas? A tourist? You kind of have to like Eli Drinkwitz, I think, for those comments.
Hold on. Challenge flag getting thrown here. First off, the tourist comment hilarious. I love good banter in a rivalry.
So is the freeway.
That I will condone. That I will allow into the chat. Well done, Eli Drinkwitz.
Come on.
Simultaneously, he argued yesterday that the only reason the Big Ten has won 3 straight national championships is because the 3 national champion teams didn't play somebody hard in non-conference.
I also heard that.
When in reality, do you know who he's played in the last 3 years in non-conference?
I just wanted
Their biggest game is Kansas. Last year it was Kansas, and the year before it was Boston College. Let's not act like you're scheduling Michigan out here, okay?
Order up!
I just wanted to play a funny cut from Eli Drinkwitz.
No pro Eli Drinkwitz takes will be allowed on this show.
All right.
Over my dead body.
Cafe Day, Dirt and Sprague. We do it every day at the 7 a.m. hour. Let's stick with that theme that we ended on. SEC Media Days, quite a bit to take away. We'll go to that coming up next, hour 2 on 105.1 The Fan.
Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Red Sox on an all-time heater. They attempt to tie the franchise record for longest winning streak today. It stands at 14 after a 6-5 win over the Orioles. But saw Caleb Durbin hit a solo home run in the bottom of the 8th to decide it. Cal Raleigh had a grand slam in the 7th, blowing things open for the Mariners on their way to a series-opening 8-0 shutout of the Reds. That puts Seattle back atop the AL West standings, half game ahead of the Rangers. Game 2 this evening, 6:40 first pitch. Luis Castillo, Chase Burns, your scheduled starters. Former Blazer defensive specialist Matisse Thybulle has a new home, agreeing to a one-year deal with the Lakers worth $3.3 million. Thybulle has been an all-NBA defensive team selection twice in his career. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
All right, welcome back in. We've got SEC Media Day here. We'll have Big Ten Media Day next week. Excited for that one. College football coverage on the Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Ding. Ding. Thanks. I appreciate that. Ding. I want to remind you guys too. Binary. They were cacaing this morning when I left, man.
Were they?
We had some hey-yos going on when I got in the car.
Walking out in the neighborhood.
Those damn birds, dude. They're so loud. They caca at sunset, and they're cacaing when I leave. It's just like, hey-yo! All day.
It does not stop.
You know what else doesn't stop? Binary Brewing and the Fan teaming up for the only Fan IPA available for a limited time. Taste the Fan. Who would you want to taste at the Fan? With Binary Brewing's signature West Coast IPA, go to Binary Brewing's Beaverton location and ask them about their OnlyFan. So good. Only the Fan at Binary Brewing can pull it off.
Give me a cup of Patrick Harris.
Swagalicious.
Like a shot of whiskey in the morning. Woo! Wake you up. Put a little hair on your chest.
I'm putting a poll question up now at Dirt and Sprague. We've got a Tom Brady-related poll question up. We will get... Look, I am kind of already tired of talking about how our politicians hate Tom Dundon and Tom Dundon doesn't answer their phone calls.
You mean nothing new has been added to the story other than more anonymous quotes, which are exactly
more anonymous sources.
The same anonymous quotes that we got a day ago that they're pissed off about the deal. They thought they had a deal in March. They're upset they don't have a better deal. We're not thinking about leaving, but we will contemplate leaving. If you make us think about leaving, we'll do the leaving. Now we might rip up this entire thing and make you start from scratch.
The lead city council member is coming out and he's like, you know what? If you don't want to be here, we don't need him. And I'm like, shut up.
Shut up. Shut your mouth.
All of you, shut up. At least the team's being anonymous. You guys are putting your names on it.
Yes,
what
yes,
are we
you
doing?
are. None of you matter in this. You know who matter? The fans, and we're the ones who are suffering.
You asking.
Thanks, Jody, for not selling to Phil Knight.
Maybe.
Really cool move, Jodes.
Maybe Portland would be better off. You are out of your mind.
You're an idiot if you say that. It's one of the dumbest things that anybody could utter in this city.
I don't care if they're not answering a text message. You don't say this some of the stuff publicly. I just don't know what we're doing.
Yeah.
Poll question is up. Did any Blazer fans watch Matisse Thybulle shoot a 3 and think, yes?
There's not one.
You can vote.
There's no way, dude.
Yes, well, there'll be yeses.
Yeah, maybe Danny might be the only one. Outside of him, there's nobody else that thought yes, unless you're in Matisse Thybulle's family. Or you're like his agent. You can't be associated with him in any way. There's no run-of-the-mill fan that ever got Did you ever get excited when Al Farouk Aminu took a 3? No.
I got nervous when he dribbled.
We usually yell, don't pass the ball. Every time he touches it, pass it.
Yeah.
We went to him in the playoff series. I want to go up and pull up his game logs.
He did an interview on a pod. I don't know what pod it was, but he basically did an interview, and he admitted, and I thought this was like nice, like cool to be honest, but also like a little like what? Where he was like, I got paid. Thought I'd be really good, and then I got paid, and I was like, just cool being what I was.
Matisse Thybulle admitted that?
Al Farouk.
Oh, Al Farouk Aminu,
I was
yeah.
like, yeah, it kind of matches.
Dude, he attempted 14 shots in the San Antonio series.
Total?
Total in 5 games. He played 21-10. He only didn't play in one of the games.
This is too much on Matisse.
21-10, 6 and 15. Of the 14 attempts, he made 2 of them.
Oof.
He took 11 threes. You know how many he made?
0?
1.
For
he
11.
shot 9.1% from 3 in the first round of the NBA playoffs. We were desperate for somebody to score the ball. We put him in the game. San Antonio said, shoot it anytime you touch it, and he couldn't make one.
Yeah, we need a 3-and-D guy, though. I'll tell you that much right now. Let's pivot into college football because this is entirely too much Matisse Thybulle conversation.
Happier times ahead.
There's a lot going on at SEC Media Day. I always love media days. And Beaver fan was like, you don't need media day. And I'm like, actually, you kind of do.
I love it, yeah.
Because you get quotes and you get honest opinion from some of these guys, and it's just a time to let your coaches speak their opinion on things going on in college football. Once upon a time, this was uttered.
Yeah, Will Stein will help you shine.
And it seems to be the case, according to one, Will Stein. Will Stein at SEC Media Day was asked, why is it going to be different from Kentucky? Why is Kentucky going to be good now? And this was Will Stein's answer. This is you have a shortened one, Swag, or you got it the full?
No, this is the full thing. I
answer.
didn't want to do the viral thing. This is his
you should have done
full explanation. It already went viral.
Okay, here is Will Stein's answer.
Why do you think you can win big here?
This is going to sound like really, I think because of me, to be honest. I think because of me. I think I know what it takes. I've seen it at the highest levels. I know what it takes to recruit at this level. And you just got to believe, man. You just got to put the ball down and play. There's not really else to be said. Is it going to happen overnight? I don't know. I really don't. If I had a crystal ball, everybody in this room would be really, really rich right now. I don't. And so the best determination of if what you're doing is working is putting the ball down and playing football. And so there's going to be bumps in the road. I mentioned it in the speech. Like, I'm prepared for tough moments and tough times. I've succumbed to that in our process, right? I already do self-talk myself about, all right, how can I stay neutral? When stuff's bad, I can stay as neutral as possible and be very diplomatic in my approach. So that's why. I mean, growing up a fan is great. It is one thing, but I know the players that we can get here. I know that we can recruit north, south, and east. People come to Lexington and love it. I mean, the longer I live there, the longer I'm like, wow, this place is incredible. It's got everything that you want. Great food, great nightlife, great community, great university. It's safe. You got Big Blue Nation. It takes some TLC, and you got to go attack. You can't sit back and wait. That's one thing I refuse to do at Kentucky is to wait. And so I'm really excited about our administration, the direction that it's going. Again, I said I was so fired up that Mitch brought me here. I'm also excited about what the future holds. And so that's why I'm excited. That's why I believe. Or else I wouldn't have taken the job. I would have stayed out at Oregon and coached Dante and stayed out there.
Well, and so the answer, that part of that answer that's gone super viral to Swag's point is, why is this a big contender? Why can this program win big? Me. That obviously circulated, and it was like, oh, look at the balls on Will Stein.
Big balls on Willie.
I mean, to Swag's point, you listen to the actual answer. He's 100% right. Any coach taking these jobs, it is because of them, because they think they can institute the culture, the recruiting, the talent, the staff. Like, it is because of him. But to Swag's point again, the part that got cut was
it's good either way, man.
Right after me.
This is perfect. If I'm a Kentucky fan, you know how I'm feeling right now? I am thrilled. I am over the moon that my coach showed up at SEC Media Day, put his balls on the table, and gave a quote that became the most noteworthy thing from the opening day of SEC Media Days. Was there anything more noteworthy than this yesterday?
I do, yeah.
Maybe the conference as a whole stuff.
Sankey comment.
That's fine,
Absolutely.
but I'm talking from a team-specific angle. Like, you had some funny clips from
Drinkwitz
other guys.
Say basically the Big Ten's a bunch of cowards.
This was I thought the most viral thing of yesterday, of like the coach of Kentucky saying we're going to win because of me. And let me quickly remind you, now, I'm not saying this is how it's going to play out. I have no clue how Will Stein's going to do at Kentucky. I thought he was a solid offensive coordinator, had some weaknesses. We'll see how he can recruit. He's off to a pretty good start at Kentucky.
Yeah.
We all mocked a coach.
We did.
At a traditionally basketball school who said, Google me, I win.
We did.
I'm here to beat Michigan. I'm here to beat Ohio State. And it happened at Big Ten Media Days.
He said they suck at a basketball game.
Yes.
Ohio State
They suck.
sucks.
And the whole crowd's like, who's this guy? This is awesome. Do you know you coach at Indiana?
Yeah.
I'm not saying Will Stein's going to win a national title in 2 years, nor is that the expectation.
Right.
But having confidence is a part of it, man. Like, Cignetti's talked a lot about that, and it's some of the more fascinating interview stuff that I've heard from him of. He's a guy everywhere he's been as a head coach that he has won.
Mm-hmm.
And he showed up in Indiana, and what is the expectation at Indiana? It's to lose with your Indiana. If you go 5-7, that's a great year for the Hoosiers. And he said rooting that out of the culture was one of the hardest things he had to do when he got there, and instilling a confidence of, guys, the history doesn't matter. We can win. In modern college football, we have learned if you have resources, if you put together a good staff, you can retain your players, and you have fan support, anything is possible in the modern world. And so if you're at Kentucky, why not have the thought we can do this? We have the boosters. We have the money. They had a decent offseason of adding guys in the portal. And there's a little bit of optimism and coming out with some confidence on day one of SEC Media Days. Like, look, if he loses, people will hang this over his head. That's fine. He's going to get fired either way if they lose. Who cares if there's a grandiose take on day one of SEC Media Day? If I'm a Kentucky fan, I was thrilled hearing that yesterday.
Let me ask you this. We got to go. We're against the clock here a little bit, and I got other SEC media I want to play. I don't know what to make of him either as a head coach. He seems to be very confident in himself, which you need to be if you're going to take that job.
Yes.
Is this about just his roots in the region and the conference, or is there a part of you that sits here and goes, because he said at the end there, I could have coached Dante for one more year.
Yeah, if
the
he didn't think he
numbers
was
would
gonna
have been
win,
stellar, and I might have been able to get literally any job in the country if Oregon gets to a semifinal or better, right? I know he's went to Louisville and all that, but I couldn't help but wonder that yesterday. And again, if Kentucky starts winning, which I actually think they will, they could be backed. I think Kentucky football could
There's money for the
become
basketball
something.
program. If that exists, there's got to be money for your football
money
program.
for football. They go right into the fire. They get
Their schedule's pretty tough this year.
I'm not expecting
Alabama and A&M in weeks 2 and 3.
I'm not expecting them to be amazing this year, but the basketball part, you're right on Indiana. You know who's kind of stumbling a little bit and they're losing confidence in by the day? Mark Pope. You know who's underwhelmed for a while? Kentucky basketball.
Maybe we pivot.
Maybe they do pivot. I think you saw it with Stoops. The one year they had, 8 or 9 wins?
He had some okay years at Kentucky, yeah.
He was making a ton of money. It was
Right.
remember he said didn't he have a line when Calipari was still there of like, we're a football school now?
Yeah, Calipari's like, no.
No.
He had the best job in football because he was getting like $10 million a year, and the only expectation was to win 7 or 8 games.
Yes.
And they were paying him one of the top 10 salaries in the entire sport.
Yeah.
That was a phenomenal gig. I don't know what to expect from Will Stein. I think he's a good offensive mind. I think he's already shown he was not known as the best recruiter in his time at Oregon. He was more of an X's and O's guy, but I think he's shown he has the ability to do that.
Now you get
he
a staff
learned from
that can
Lanning.
be
Right,
fine.
you get a staff, you got money involved, like that. All of that stuff plays into recruiting.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. There's part of me who, as long as it doesn't come over the top as cocky, and I didn't read that answer, and that's why Swag played the entire thing. It didn't seem cocky.
No.
It just seemed confident.
Very
and
reasonable.
I want my people to be confident in
Yeah.
their own abilities that they can go do
Well,
it.
he knew it sounded arrogant,
Yes.
but he honestly believed it and then went about explaining, the reason why they came and hired me is to be the difference.
Right. There's a bit of a Dillingham thing here to your question on why Kentucky. I mean, he's from the area. He grew up going to Kentucky
No, I get
games.
that.
and so-
The job level is all I'm asking
Yeah.
of. Coaching Dante, they would have had success. He would
They
have been
would've.
good.
I think SEC resources certainly help, and knowing you're going to have that in your back pocket for years to come. You're not trying to win in the MAC. You at least have SEC money coming in.
Poll question is up. Can you tell how good a college football program is in based on the coach's tan? Yes or no?
That's one of the best poll questions we've ever had.
That's pretty solid right there.
You know, sometimes my brain works right, and that's one I was like, dude, Venables is feeling Zaddy levels good about his team. Will Stein came in, bright white forehead. This guy's grinding. He's not on the boat.
They're talking to the new Auburn coach, Golish, there from
Yep.
South
Not
Florida.
a big tan there.
No,
Big
he's
tan.
been in.
We're
he's-
program building, boys.
I'm at Auburn. I got 2 years to win 9 games. If I don't, I'm going to get fired.
You can vote at Dirt and Sprague. More college football next on The Fan. might carry some college football over to the third hour because I don't think we're going to get to everything. We will talk about city funding and
we need to talk about that again today.
The Blazers, do they need to piss off? Does Tom Dundon need to come to the table and start talking now?
Are there any architects out there who want to design a stadium pro bono? Because the city and the team don't want to pay for it. So if you are an architect and you're listening right now, please give us your services. I did enjoy this one. We got a late text in that came in from the opening segment where we debated Pepsi versus Coke.
Oh, I mean,
a debate as old as time.
I'd say we just pointed out one's dominant.
This one's from Brian in Salem. He said, "I've been listening since the Danforth days." ... That's
You're
a long time.
Jamsforth P1.
If you're going back that far, you've been going back a long ways. But I strongly lean Diet Pepsi over Coke. I'm not mad when they only have Coke. I will drink it, but I don't choose it over Pepsi. I feel very called out like a soy boy medium pizza guy now.
First of all, welcome to the Soy Boy Medium Pizza Club.
Hello. Welcome to the criticism of your tastes.
Yeah, that's another thing. Welcome to the life of nobody agreeing with your takes.
Our producer doesn't think strawberries taste good.
Because he didn't like it when he was 3. You know what I'd say to my child if they didn't like something when they were 3? I'd
try
be like,
it again.
Shut up and eat it.
Try it again.
Just try it again.
Eat it again.
Your taste buds change. Every cell in your body changes every 7 years. You literally have been like 4 different human beings in your life, and you're like, no, it tasted bad when I was 3. I'm out on strawberries.
God, I'm in that phase right now. I think the only thing I could get that kid to eat consistently is macaroni and cheese. That's the only thing that has a 1,000 batting average. Everything else hit and miss.
Welcome to that dad life.
Like
Wait till you have 2 of them.
Every other day, and I'm like, you haven't eaten a dinner in 2 days. We're doing mac and cheese again tonight. Because I haven't
eaten a dinner.
I mean, I tried. It's a plate full of food in front of him. Eat your food. It's right there.
Does he still get dessert?
He did this weekend.
Stop giving him dessert.
That wasn't my fault. We were at
Hostage.
family festivities.
Yeah, families always
What are you going to do, you know?
It does get better because Pax went through that stage.
I'm like, dude, I made chicken tenders and fries last night. Who doesn't like chicken tenders and fries? I gave him a little
Teddy ball game.
Little of ranch to dip it into, and he's just dipping the fry into the ranch and sucking the ranch off of the fry. I'm like, dude, no, it's not. That's not the meal. It's the fry's not the spoon. The ranch is not the dinner. It's a dip. You dip the fry.
You got to stop sucking and start eating, buddy.
Yes, thank you.
What are we doing here?
An early lesson to learn in life.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Eat the fry.
Yeah.
Come on.
I feel for you, though.
I digress.
Early results of the poll question right now. Did any Blazer fan watch Matisse Thybulle shoot a 3 and think, yes?
Has anybody voted yes? Tell me no.
What do you think?
No, it should be a no because none of you are telling the truth if you voted yes.
Is there one?
It's got to be 100-0.
I'm really bad at math. That's been well documented on this program.
Can we
the
do
Monster
the math?
Energy Prize?
Yeah.
Yes has 4% of the vote.
How many votes do we have?
Let's see. Posted this about 25 or 30.
Early
That's
returns. That's one vote.
That's one vote. There you go.
What is the matter with you? Matisse Thybulle, did you see that tweet? Are you active on social
Husky
media?
Fan.
Why would even a Husky fan want to see him shoot?
To troll you. Just to troll you.
Like, dude, I would even have that with Dylan Brooks. And
They
he had a
voted
better
yes.
offensive year, but you don't get excited when Dylan Brooks takes a shot.
They voted yes and then went, bow down, bitch. That's exactly how it happened. All right? More SEC Media Day.
Yeah.
Once upon a time, Lane Kiffin was the head coach of the Tennessee Volunteers. And then he voluntarily left Tennessee to go to Southern California. 1 season, see you later. Thank you very much. He came back, and he had golf balls and all kinds of random things thrown at him.
It was a crazy moment. The game had to be stopped, I want to say, for like 30 minutes in the fourth quarter because it became evident they were going to win and fans were throwing things on the field. And I'm pretty sure as he was walking off the field, he caught one of the golf balls and held it in his hand during the TV postgame interview.
And Josh Heupel at SEC Media Day yesterday was asked about Lane coming back with LSU and if the city still feels the same way and is ready for Lane to make another return to Knoxville.
Certainly hope our fan base hasn't cooled off. So whether it's the grocery stores being fully stocked with mustard or our sports stores making sure that they got reinforcements on the golf balls, hopefully Knoxville's ready for his arrival.
A coach just openly saying, "I hope people are ready to throw crap."
This
at
was
him
one of the the Drinkwitz thing about fat girls or he's a tourist and
hot
I-5,
girls in Kansas. You know what they are? They're tourists.
Like that was pretty. This I thought was the funniest comment of the day. Of like, let's not freak. We were the first ones to hate him.
Yeah.
Ole Miss, that's fine.
We're
You're
the
the new
OGs.
flavor. We're the OG Lane Kiffin haters. That guy's. I can't wait till he leaves LSU for Alabama when they fire Kalen DeBoer in 2 years, and then you got 3 of the fan bases in the conference that hate that guy's guts.
Eli Drinkwitz talked about playing 8 versus 9 conference games yesterday.
When you're at the University of Missouri, if you say, hey, you just have to finish in the top 8 to have a chance to play in the playoffs, that's a win every day. And I'm all for that. I think that's awesome. 8 versus 9, honestly, I think I've been for the 9 game. I think if it was about players and about fans, I think it's a 9-game schedule for the SEC. If it's about coach preservation, which, hey, man, I get it, But if we're going to go to 11 humans deciding on a committee which are the 11 best teams, and we stay at 8, we ain't getting in.
Nope.
Also, Pan, the Big Ten, said they're only good because they don't play any non-conference opponents.
He was asked why they won 3 straight national championships, and he said because none of the 3 played a Power 4 opponent in non-conference, which is technically true, but also if you think that's the reason they won the national championship, buddy, you got some problems on your hands.
Is it not abundantly clear to you? Because I don't think I'm going to be able to get to the Sankey audio. Sankey,
we can carry that over the final.
We can carry that
I got
over,
a lot
okay.
of thoughts on that.
All right, well, we can get to that.
As you could imagine.
I don't know. I mean, I don't even think this is really like hard to tell. It's abundantly been clear. We're a day and a half into this thing. It is obviously stuck in their craw, the Big Ten dominating college football. You are seeing, it's like watching somebody that's been handed something their whole life not get handed something anymore and somebody else, and now they're just, and he's just like crying after crying.
Yep.
No, they're not that great. This is why they're great and why we're not. Like, it's harder to be us. It's just like the biggest set of whiny little bees in a day and a half of media day is the Big Ten dominating college football.
It's broken their brains down there. They
them.
don't know how to process the information that they are no longer the top.
They can't just say, they give them their credit. They've been great. We're looking to stop it. They can't just say that. They have to go into an explanation
of why
they are great and they're not
It's
winning the national
Indiana played
championship.
Old Dominion in non-conference. That's why they won a national title last year, don't you know?
I mean,
that's the only reason. Their coach, their game planning, their X's and O's, big-time wins, hitting on a transfer portal quarterback. None of that had anything to do. It was because they played Old Dominion in Indiana State in non-conference. That's why they were good. The SEC's argument, which, by the way, some of it I will defend because I want to carry this over in some audio. Not all of it is wrong, but their argument used to be, we're battle tested. That makes us ready for the playoff.
Their
Our
conference
road
is so good.
We go through all these bumps and it prepares us for the biggest games, and that's why we win championships.
Yep.
And now the argument is it's too hard to get there.
Yeah.
It's like, well, wait a minute. I thought you liked it hard. Now you want it soft?
Loaded third hour of the radio program. It is a
mail sack
Tuesday, so get the mail sack questions in. It's filling up at 503-864-6326. We'll get to the Blazers in the city fighting again. More anonymous sources, more quotes. That's not going to make anybody happy. Hour 3, more college football as well. Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1, The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up?
Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
The kiss to Caballero, and now they're going to walk towards each other, and the benches will clear as Santana's having to be held back by Flores. And all this stems from Caballero in the batter's box and him playing games with the pitch clock.
There's Ryan Rucco on Yes Network, Yankee TV. Pirates and Yanks had a benches clearing moment. Jose Caballero. My math teacher's last name was Caballero.
It's a great last name. Fun to say, too.
He's been toying with the pitch clock. He's doing technicalities to kill the pitch clock and not giving pitchers the amount of time.
Wait a minute.
It's pissing people off, and they had a benches clearing situation.
Are you telling me he's doing what half of Major League Baseball pitchers do? When they come set with 5 seconds left on the clock and they make you awkwardly stand in the box for 5 seconds until the clock reads 1, but we can't go both ways here?
Who's stinking it up? Jose Caballero, brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services, who want to make sure your AC is working smoothly. They have a tune-up special for just $89. Three Mountains certified techs are ready to help you beat the heat. Book your appointment today at threemountainhomeservices.com. Hey, everyone.
Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Red Sox just can't lose. Caleb Durbin's solo home run in the bottom of the 8th inning sent Boston to their 14th consecutive win, 6-5 over the Orioles. It's now the longest winning streak in the majors this season, and they go to tie the all-time franchise record of 15 in a row today against Baltimore. Cal Raleigh's grand slam in the 7th inning opened things up for the Mariners, who get an 8-0 shutout of the Reds, move back into first place atop the AL West, a half game ahead of the Rangers. Game 2 tonight, 6:40. Luis Castillo, Chase Burns are your scheduled starters. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan Sports.
All right, welcome back in. Hour number 3. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM The Fan, 1080 AM. I'd love to try it. Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody.
Here we go, man. Here we go.
Got a lot to get to in this hour of radio. Have you heard the city and Tom Dundon are at odds over arena funding? God. Are you aware of that story?
I think the reporters locally are doing a good job. They have to be mildly annoyed of just like...
Yeah, I think we're all in the same spot. Like, there's a little bit of that going on in college football right now, too. We'll get to that in a moment, where it's just like, it feels like it's the same. Nothing has changed. It's the same thing. We're going to leave. We're going to leave. This isn't good.
We
We're
have
upset.
to talk about it just
you
because,
have to.
But
there's too much at stake to not talk about it. But I almost feel like after today, we can read the latest comments, and then let's have an embargo on it for 24 hours, unless some sort of new information comes out.
Let it build.
Let it build. Like, we're all leading to a vote coming at some point in August anyway. So we'll give you the latest update. Bill Orem had a piece last night in the Oregonian on what was happening. Talk about leaving, or the Blazers leaving town. Is the SEC leaving the NCAA? Are they going to take their ball and go home? It became quite the conversation yesterday out of SEC Media Days, which began, and I want to play some audio, and then somebody saying, like, there's a legitimate chance this could happen. Here is Greg Sankey, the commish himself of the SEC, was asked, hey, man, you guys going to break off and do your own thing?
They're real. People have talked about that. They've opined about the frustrations that bring them to the point of saying we should look at something significantly different. I do not believe that is a leverage point. I think that's just honest communication. But I also know the pride with which I spoke of 13 national championships, and there is meaning and value. And I do think a national expectation that we participate in a national organization. But that national organization must function in a healthy manner. Otherwise, that simmering will continue.
So just for
simmering,
the simmering continues. Kirby Smart is going today. He just got done up on the stage answering questions.
I
and
haven't
all that.
seen anything yet from him.
Nothing lengthy, but I did see that somebody asked him, "Hey Kirby, what are your thoughts on Sankey's comments on that yesterday?" And he said, "Quote: Yep, I've actually been there for a long time." So I know there's people in the SEC that truly believe this. Now, what is the breaking point? And what will make them happy? Is this actually a reasonable thing? I don't know. Here is Heather Dinich yesterday when asked on the SEC network about the feasibility of it.
Oh, it's very real. And this is something that has been going on for months because SEC presidents and chancellors have been talking about this since about February when they met in Nashville to talk about options of self-governance if they cannot get federal legislation. I mean, that's where the conversations are. And you can look at the Big 12 and the Texas Tech incident with Brendan Sorsby as an example of what this means. Because when you're talking about breaking away from the NCAA, you're talking about making and enforcing your own rules. In that case, the NCAA wasn't able to enforce its own rules on gambling. So the SEC, and Greg Sankey will tell you, we already do make some of our rules and enforce them, but if they can't get help from the federal government, get some antitrust protection so that every time they try to make a rule, the NCAA, they don't get turned around and somebody sues them for it. That's what these conversations are about.
I feel like there's almost two different conversations going on at the same time. One of them is a playoff silo conversation of getting teams in and the criteria and the 9-game conference schedule, and then there's the rules and the finances of it and the ability to file a lawsuit and get the ruling you want from a local judge, and nobody really has any control. And they bleed over, and it might lead to a divorce. But I got some thoughts on this. What are your takeaways from Greg Sankey saying, yeah, we've been having these conversations for months?
I think some of this depends on the Save College Football Sports Act thing that's sitting right now in legislation. Like, they're continuing to tweak it and get to a point where they officially vote on it. I have to believe that if it passes, this is a nothing burger. If it doesn't, you're leaving the ground and leaving it open for the SEC to say, all right, cool, thanks, NCAA, see you later. Mm-hmm. And look, that's always been my biggest fear. Since USC and UCLA announced they're going to the Big Ten, you look at the landscape of everything, it's hard not to go to the most extreme because that tends to be what happens. And I said years ago, my biggest fear is the Big Ten and SEC break away and team up and do like a Super League thing. I think that's a terrible idea for the sport. I wish the sport in many ways would lean back into what it is while still acknowledging many people have been brought under the tent and umbrella and made the sport the second most popular sport in America. Mm-hmm. But I think a lot of it hinges on that. That's just my 2 cents. And if it doesn't pass, I think they would absolutely explore avenues even deeper to break away from the NCAA and do their own thing. Because he's not wrong in some capacity of like, we already do our own thing. And the NCAA has been proven to be kind of irrelevant right now.
They can't do anything. They have no authority at all.
You appeal anything they do, you certainly win.
Yes, you find a judge who roots for your school or is an alumni, he'll rule in your favor. They have no ability.
Sorsby was going to play.
Yes.
He had to walk away because of the backlash of it all.
Yes.
So, yeah, man, I think a lot of it hinges on that legislation. And if it passes, then I think we're back in the thick of the NCAA running college football with these leaders. If it doesn't, I think people should be wary of what's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know. I certainly have poo-pooed the idea, and you floated it out many a times over the years, of them breaking away. I think there's more validity now, and you might end up being right here. The one thing that I don't see happening, and maybe lawsuits don't matter anymore to anybody, the idea of the Big Ten and SEC doing a joint thing is just something that I have a hard time fathoming for a couple of reasons. One, I would think they would get sued to oblivion for creating a monopoly in college college football and not allowing other people access.
So we're worried about college football conferences being monopolies, but not Amazon,
right? I mean, this is what do we care about in this country? We're discussing legislation to save college sports right now when there's a million different issues that hit people in the pocketbook and are far more serious than whether or not a quarterback can play a 5th year of college football, right? But that's where our attention is at. And the other part of it is, like, if you're building a super league, and if I'm anybody at the top end of the Big Ten or the SEC, why am I allowing Mississippi State to be in here? Like, if that's truly where I'm going, why is Northwestern in here?
Because
why
I think
is
the
Purdue in here?
Would fight for all.
See, and
the
this is where I don't think they would. I think if you truly had that breakaway, it would be the Big Ten and the SEC would be stripped down of, like, We make money, you don't make money. We're invited, you're not invited. Why do I need Purdue here in my
How many
Super
total
League?
teams are in both? Was there 18 in the Big Ten?
18 in the Big Ten and 16 in the SEC, if I'm not wrong.
Okay.
Like if it got to that point, it would be more of like the riffraff's gone.
I think
hey,
you cut
Florida
2.
State, Miami, Clemson, Notre Dame. Like you would call them Texas
2.
Tech.
You
like,
you could probably seemingly cut 4 if you want to talk about adding certain teams.
Right.
God, I hate having this conversation.
But this is my point, though. I don't think that's going to happen. What I do now think, though, is a legitimate shot of happening is the SEC just playing their own thing. And to the question
Good luck with that, dude.
See, and this is the point, though. Like, would it work? Like, yeah, it would. People are still going to watch. And the idea...
This is where we will disagree.
See, and I just... People love SEC. It's a religion down there.
No. They will watch.
I would still watch, too.
I wouldn't really care.
It
doesn't impact. You'd have what? If you're saying they're doing their own thing, so the Big Ten, the Big 12,
the rest of the conferences,
the ACC and the Group of 6 are all off doing their thing.
Conceivably, they would be having they would still be playing normal college football.
Go and I don't need to watch LSU and Ole Miss play twice a season. I don't need to watch Bama, Georgia twice a season. That ruins the mystique of those rivalries.
Yeah, you would play an SEC-only schedule, and you would crown a champion at the end of it, and you would just be the SEC
champion.
It is, but the point that I would make, though, of like, how would that ever work? That's literally how college football existed forever until 1998.
It has.
We didn't have national championship games. You didn't play the second-best team in the sport or the best team in the sport. You just played the bowl game that your conference was tied into, and then we crowned a title at the end of the season.
But they didn't win it every year.
No,
you have
they didn't.
Washington and Miami and Notre Dame, and you have other schools that have been voted as national champions in years past. And
we would just be left debating the same thing we were debating back then of who was better in 1997, Nebraska or Michigan.
I can't fathom anything worse for the sport. And I say that thinking the Big Ten and SEC breaking away and doing a league is bad.
It'd be disastrous for sure. I get it.
It's idiotic.
Yes, I totally agree with you there. I disagree with the notion of it. I just think people love football so much down there. And I love football so much that I don't know if I would care the same amount that I did, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend I would watch an LSU-Alabama game in primetime on ABC.
But if the conferences that aren't a part of something like that were smart about scheduling, they would get you to not care. Because what they do is they would go, oh, what's your 9 a.m. SEC-only game? Okay, Ohio State.
But how many Big Ten teams can Ohio State play?
It doesn't matter. It's Ohio State, and you're going to play Ohio State. You ain't playing South Carolina. You're not playing Ole Miss.
Sure, if I give you the option to watch Ohio State, Purdue at 9 a.m. or Texas, Oklahoma at 9 a.m., what are you watching?
Look,
one game's 49-0 at halftime.
I might fundamentally choose to just seriously,
and that's totally fine. And I don't
choose other games.
I'm not saying that you're lying about your opinion. I think that's very valid.
I haven't been tested yet.
No,
but that's the opinion today.
My point being, and this would like kind of lead into the next part of the conversation because there's this whole playoff component of this that they're very upset about right now. So Sankey was asked yesterday. They have gone to 9 conference games in the SEC, and they've added a 10th. Power 4 games.
They were strong-armed into 9, by the way.
Sure, and a lot of coaches didn't want to do it. A lot of coaches were still adamant. Lane Kiffin was one of them. Like, this is the dumbest thing we've ever done. And a lot of coaches are now realizing that because they felt, and Sankey argued for a long time, that they would get either an expanded playoff with that move, or you would get a recalibration of the way we rank teams in college football. Because as we've said for years, and it is true, like 11-1 in the MAC is not 11-1 in the SEC. You have an 11-1 next to your team name. That does not mean you're as good as Georgia or like whoever the representative is from the SEC this year, right? So it's a very hard sport to judge, and records can't be the only thing. There's a lot of nuance that goes into it. And what has not happened? The playoff is not expanded. We're still stuck at 12. And they have the college football playoff committee came out and Sankey commented, said it was very disappointing. They have said they're not going to change their metric for ranking teams. That at the end of the day, win-loss will matter the most. No, they make it up as they go, but they wanted more. They were under the assumption from the leaders in their conference that there would be a weighted metric of strength of schedule because when you look at strength of schedule, who has the best at the end of the year every year? It's SEC teams, right?
Yeah.
Just for a note on this, and then I'm curious your thoughts.
But it's because of the reputation. We've always maintained that opinion, I think. Like, is you go into the and I'm just
so. Do you think the SP Plus is because of reputation? Because there's metrics that rank strength of schedule that are mathematical equations that are put together.
But the SP Plus isn't just like your win-loss. It's like it's
a lot of stuff.
Metrics compiled together. I like the SP Plus. I like advanced analytics and how we regard some of this stuff. But also, I've been around the sport and watched the sport enough to know a lot of this is just spoken reputation. I'm just as guilty as you or anybody else out there when you see Georgia, right? Kirby has 2 of those things. When you see Georgia on the schedule against non-SEC team, where do you want to lean and who you pick? Because why?
Right.
History,
the coach at championships,
coach, recruiting ranking. What we're finding out is that that's not always the case.
Not
right?
100% of the time.
You get a lot of these people that go into the assumption like, oh, the SEC is dominant. The SEC is the team I'm going to pick in this contest between the ACC or the Big 12. And like, they're a lot of the times against other conferences, they're not necessarily wrong. But we're finding out in this era of college football,
it's not 100% accurate.
The idea of these teams is not exactly who they are.
Totally fair.
And it's still hard for me as a fan going into them to not pick them. I think last year, Ohio State, Texas, I picked Texas. And then I watched Texas play, and I'm like,
I mean, they almost won the game. But yeah,
they did, but Ohio State made
Arch
Arch look terrible, and they had no offense to speak of. And I'm like, well, I went in thinking it was Texas this. Every time, seemingly, there's a Georgia game in a Sugar Bowl, I'm like, well, Georgia's going to win. Their fans are there, and it's Georgia. And then what are they not winning? They're not winning in the Sugar Bowl in the playoffs. So, like, the idea of the SEC also just sounds and feels better, I think, to a lot of people.
Totally fair point.
And some of the analytics, in my opinion, don't necessarily back always who the best teams are.
This is the real difficult part of this conversation because I don't disagree with anything you said, but I also have the opinion, and I think numbers, not 100% accurate, but mostly valid, will back up that from top to bottom, it is the best conference in the sport. Now, the difference in the SEC now...
I don't disagree with that point.
And the difference in the SEC now is that they just have been watered down from the top.
Yeah.
And so you don't have these overwhelming Bama or Georgia teams that nobody can contend with, and that's why they haven't won a national championship. Just to use the SP Plus model to highlight this point, and this is why it's a really tricky conversation, and I understand some of what their coaches are saying. Last year, Arkansas was the lowest rated SP Plus team in the SEC, in their conference, at the end of the year. Arkansas was dead last in the SEC. Do you know how many Big Ten teams they ranked higher than?
Okay, so this is a fair thing to throw out. I'm going to say 10.
7. Close.
Okay.
Arkansas was the last place SEC team. I don't think they won an SEC game. I would be shocked if they did. They were terrible. They fired Man Boobs himself, right? They moved on to a new coach. They ranked higher than the bottom 7 teams in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Purdue, Rutgers, Maryland, UCLA was probably in there. I have to go back and look at my other Big Ten rankings. Michigan State was terrible with Jonathan Smith. And that's, again, it's not the end of, to your point, that doesn't guarantee that if Arkansas plays Michigan State on a neutral field, they're going to win the game.
And that's all my point is. Like, I don't know for certain that they beat 7 teams.
Right. There's just a balance here of, and part of it I want to have sympathy for them, and part of them I don't want to have sympathy for them. Because on the one hand, the SEC has created part of this problem by adding Oklahoma and Texas to good programs, to good recruiters, to teams who have been to playoff. You've made your schedule more challenging. You've done this to yourself. On the other hand, I do want to tip my cap to them and say, you know what? Thanks for finally playing 9 conference games. And oh, by the way, thank you for adding a 10th Power 4 game, because we should have that. The Big Ten should be mocked and ridiculed until they add that. And most competent teams schedule somebody. Oregon's playing Oklahoma State. It's not a world beater, but guess what? It's a Power 4 opponent.
Could be a good team this year.
You should not be able to play Portland State, Sacramento State, and Baylor School for the Blind in non-conference. That should be illegal, and I applaud the SEC for doing that. But it leads to a very wonky debate every year of you're going to play a tougher schedule. You're not going to maybe play an Ohio State or an Indiana type from the last 2 years, but the meat grinder of your schedule will be more difficult because there's not a Maryland or a Rutgers in there. But you're going to go 9-3, and that will keep you from the playoff. And the Big Ten team, who had the easier schedule, is going to go 10-2 and get the playoff.
See, the problem is
there's a tough balance here that I see both sides of the argument.
We would have to really dive into the total numbers because I don't know it off the top of my head. But like, how many SEC teams? The problem is the SEC becomes the debate of, is this 9-3 team, should they get over the 10-2 team?
That is the debate we'll have every year in this playoff format.
But I hate it. You know who was left out of the playoff last year?
BYU. One of them.
Notre
Dame was too.
What was the record?
10-2.
10-2?
No, 11-2, right?
11-2? They played 13 games?
I think they were 11-1 and then lost the conference title game, right? Weren't they 11-1 in the regular season?
Yeah, in the regular season, thank you. 11-1. Their only loss was to Texas Tech.
But they were punished for losing their conference title game.
They were punished for that.
And Alabama got smoked
because
for their
it wasn't close,
by
by the way. And Alabama, yes, absolutely got smoked.
They were 11-1 in the regular season and lost the Big 12 title.
Was there this national uproar about it? I mean, Yormark probably said some stuff, but it didn't catch on the way Sankey would threaten the entire sport. Like,
no.
That's the part of it. I don't disagree with playing a conference, a power opponent, paired with your 9 conference games. I'm glad they finally decided to do that. It's great. More conferences should do that. I watched teams lose out on the playoff at 9-3. Texas was a real argument for people last year. I'm like,
it was at the end of the year.
I watched them lose to Florida. Florida was terrible.
They fired their coach.
But BYU loses their biggest game of the year. Now, they got blown out in that game. It was never really close, but they had a freshman quarterback.
Right.
Did we argue a lot? No, we moved on because their profile doesn't fit narratives. And that's the thing the SEC gets to lay back on is the narrative-based opinions about most of the teams in their program. I agree they're top to bottom. They're better than every conference. I've made fun of the Big Ten. But us saying the Big Ten gets more teams in because of their non-conference, I also find that incredibly misleading. Like, if Indiana plays, I'm trying to think, fill in the Big 12 team.
Well, to use Missouri's example, they're playing a Power 4. It's Kansas. If Indiana played Kansas, we're all picking them to win the
winning
game
that game
by 30 points. Yeah.
But I'm also not boosting their profile because they beat a Kansas or a Colorado.
Right.
Like, that doesn't change a whole lot. Is it better than beating Sacramento State? Certainly.
Yeah.
But are we also going to act like the SEC doesn't get as many teams in the playoff record-wise based on what the Big Ten does?
Yeah.
The Big Ten is not a great conference top to bottom.
No, it is not. It's very top-heavy.
It's Ohio State, it's Oregon, it's Indiana, and then it's debatable. Is it Michigan? Is it USC? Is it whoever, right? Like, it's 3 or 4 teams at most deep. The rest of the conference does not get a lot of the same accolades and respect that the SEC does. But because the SEC misses their 9-3 team on the playoff, we have to debate, well, is their schedule harder? Should they have earned it more with their 9 wins in 12 versus this team's 11 wins in 12? It's just, I don't know, it becomes utterly ridiculous to me.
It is a fascinating conversation, and it's leading to quite the argument in the sport. And look, this is nothing new. It happens at the end of every year. What should matter? What team should be ranked where? You mentioned a team there that I want to get to in the next segment because we've seen other teams in the SEC start to do something that some were worried that they would do, and there was some news came out yesterday, so I'll get to that in the next segment. Also, some of the numbers behind to kind of back up your argument, what the SEC has done in the playoff over the last handful of years. A little more college football talk next on The Fan.
Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, one of the oldest Major League teams can set a franchise record today. The Red Sox looking for a 15th consecutive victory, taking on the Orioles after getting an 8th-inning home run from Caleb Durbin Monday night for the 6-5 win to extend their streak to 14 in a row. Mariners trying to start a streak. Cal Raleigh's grand slam in the 7th opened things up for the Mariners for an 8-0 shutout of the Reds. They're back in first place atop the AL West, half game ahead of the Rangers. Game 2 of that series, 6:40 this evening in Seattle. Luis Castillo opposite Chase Burns. Former Blazer forward Matisse Thybulle got a new home, agrees to a one-year deal to join the Lakers at $3.3 million. Thybulle's been an all-NBA defensive team selection twice in his career. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
All right, we need to ask a question.
Why does Auburn bring a kicker to Media Day?
Dude.
Same.
How uninspired do you get with the optimism of your football team if they send a kicker to Media Day? Are you hitting the panic button?
Well, Golish barely had a tan. I don't even think he has a tan.
I mean,
not good.
The kicker has a better tan than Golish.
He's got a great. He's a kicker, dude. They practice for 7 minutes a day.
And then he's been playing 36 holes a day this summer.
It's the easiest life on the planet.
I thought
it's hard, pressure kicks. Yeah, you stand around all day.
I thought Swag was going to get on the mic and be like, he's actually the Golden Mule last year in college football, guys. Like, what?
Is there a Golden Mule Award?
I bet you should call it that.
They should. Why don't they?
It's the Lou Groza Award for the outstanding kicker.
What did Lou Groza do?
As P1 of the station, Alexis Surnam won back in the day. Is he the only Lou Groza Award winner in state history?
Well, it certainly isn't the team in Eugene.
No, our kickers blow.
Well, the best kicker in your program's history is our kicker.
Belotti's kid got a DUI once. Remember when his kid was a kicker?
Did he win at Iowa? Automatica.
No,
Automaticus.
I love thinking the history of Oregon kickers, and we once had Mike Belotti's son who was taking up a scholarship spot, and I'm pretty sure, Duck fan, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they only had him as like an onside kick specialist. He would literally just do onside kicks, and that was it.
That is such
And then I'm pretty sure at his time at Oregon, he got popped for a Dewey,
now, the
too.
war
Did not
only
lose his
began,
scholarship.
It only began in 1992.
Okay, we haven't had that many years.
Alexis Serna is a
he's
Golden
the
Mule
one.
winner, okay?
Yes.
In my book, he's a Golden Mule.
There is only one two-time winner of the Lou Groza Award.
Is it the cat from Florida State? That was a third-round pick? Aguayo?
It is from Florida State, but you can go back a little bit.
Janikowski.
Yes.
Janikowski.
76-yard field goal attempt.
Yes, you got that in your leg, don't you, Seabass? Huh? You got that in your leg. We were debating and yelling about college football. I want to read a couple quick thoughts here at the fan text line, 503-864-6326.
Yelling.
No, that was a very philosophical debate. By the way, mail sack's still coming up at the top of the hour, so get your questions in, and at some point we will do the Blazer Panic thing again.
We don't need to linger on it. I just want to make one more point. Like,
yes.
I get what you're saying. I'm telling you, when the CBS theme used to hit, and you would go live to Vern Lundquist and Gary Johnson.
Gary Johnson.
What?
Was it Gary? I don't think it's Gary Johnson, is it?
What's his name? You
I
got
should
the jersey
know.
for
I have
Christmas.
his jersey. Gary Danielson.
Gary Danielson. Thank you.
Gary Johnson was the random he was the governor somewhere, ran for president.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Where was Gary Johnson, the governor?
Yeah, whatever. When that theme would
New
hit,
Mexico. He showed up like, why is the governor of New Mexico running for president?
And they would be live at an SEC venue. Yeah. I'm not acting like, as a college football fan, I didn't get super stoked. But if they broke off, I'd like, why do I need to care about this?
Yeah.
My time on weekends with my family is already stretched thin enough.
I mean, I get that point. Yeah,
I'd just be like,
I just love football so much that I would still watch. But I agree, it would suck watching it being like, this is so dumb. I would be angry the entire time.
None of this impacts your team, your fandom, none of it.
I just love football. Dude, if you gave me a Panthers Cardinals Hall of Fame game, I'd watch the entire thing right now.
We say that, we watch the first 3 minutes, and then we leave it on in the background and don't pay attention.
Wanted to read a couple of quick thoughts here because I think one of them, And you mentioned Texas, and I want to get to them too because I do find them interesting. Somebody said the funniest thing would be the SEC trying to call their conference championship a national championship, to which I would point out, one, yes, they would do that. You know they would do it. And two, this is my whole point about college football pre-1998. This is my entire argument.
Well, but nobody's arguing against that point.
I know, but the point was that we didn't have a national champion. You didn't ever play the 1 versus 2. Rarely at the end of the year did they meet in a bowl game, unless the bowl ties happened to coincide. And we were left debating at the end of the year who was the better team.
Mm-hmm.
That was how college football existed forever. You didn't play the game, and you get done with the year, and you say, our team was better than your team. That's the way we lived. That's the world we lived in. Why'd your eyebrows grow up? Did something happen?
Just breaking ESPN. We're just getting layoff news.
What do we got? Who got fired?
Well, I don't think we're going to be able to settle anything on a public platform debate-wise. You remember the age-old Charles Davis and Daniel Jeremiah rage debate about when Mendoza will play?
Ooh.
Charles Davis laid off.
Yeah.
Bart Scott, see you later.
Bart Scott?
Bart Scott is gone.
Bart Scott. What are we going to do without Bart Scott?
I don't know.
I didn't know he still worked at ESPN.
Can't wait. I think he was doing a radio show, wasn't he?
Was he? I'll take your word for it.
By the way, poll question is up. Do you feel less hopeful about your college football program if they bring a kicker to media day?
You absolutely do. If you vote no on that, what's the matter with you? You're a kicker.
Are nailing our poll question.
I think this is the best day of poll questions we've ever had. Go vote at Dirt and Sprague. We'll do the read at the end of the show. But I did want to get to, so Drinkwitz points out yesterday, and this is one of the biggest sticking points, to highlight the impossible nature of ranking teams in college athletics, right? So Drinkwitz has this quote saying the Big Ten's won 3 straight national championships because they played nobody in non-conference, no Power 4 teams, right? Mm-hmm. And it's ludicrous. It's laughable. That's not the reason that they've won national championships. The other side of that argument is you bring up Texas, and I think they are a great example. When you look at Texas in the last month of the last season, last year, Arch Manning had some of the best numbers in all of college football from a quarterback standpoint. Mm-hmm. Their offense found their footing. They were a really young team, to the point that Bill Connolly was almost surprised that they brought in transfers because they kind of spent the year developing those guys. And we talked to him the other day, and he said, I was shocked that they brought new players in. The problem in this debate is that if they followed Eli Drinkwitz's model, guess where Texas is at the end of the year? They're in the college football playoff. And that's the point that makes this incredibly difficult. Did you see what LSU did yesterday? So LSU, in this entire debate, you got to play non-conference games and a 10 Power 4 game. LSU had a home-and-home schedule with Arizona State in 29-30. You know what they did yesterday?
Canceled it. Yeah.
It's off the list. We're not going to play it anymore.
That'd be a fun little game. Dillingham at LSU, if he was still there.
He was rumored for the job.
What if he was the coach of LSU by the time the game happened?
Very well could be. 29-30, still a couple of more years away. There was another one I can't remember off the top of my head, and this is the part of it that really frustrates me and why it's, again, difficult. I'm glad that Texas wanted to play Ohio State. I'm glad that Texas plays Ohio State again this year. But there's also a very difficult nature in balancing how do we judge that game, because there's a lot of teams in college football who are going to play nobodies. Like, I think Oregon has a somewhat interesting first 2 games this year. Playing Boise State and Oklahoma State is nowhere near the same as playing in Ohio State or Texas in non-conference. And if they come out of their non-conference 3-0, and the Texas or Ohio State team, one of them is going to have a loss in non-conference, Oregon's going to be ranked higher than the team with the loss. And that's a very weird thing to rate and rank of, you haven't played the same. This isn't the NFL where you're playing NFL teams every week. There are haves and have-nots. There are good teams and there are bad teams. And it's one of the biggest reasons why, and you've made the argument for the expanded playoff, why I want an expanded playoff of just, this thing is impossible to judge. We have metrics that show us good teams versus bad teams, but to your point, it's not always accurate.
We have preconceived notions.
There's biases that are built in. Like, how do we not just get to a point where we expand access, we have play-in games for the playoff instead of conference champ? Like, that would solve so much of this trouble, but it just is such a difficult thing. And when I hear Eli Drinkwitz, I roll my eyes on one hand. On the other hand, I say, if Texas played Indiana's non-conference schedule last year, guess where they are at the end of the year? Mm-hmm. They're in the playoff. And nobody bats an eye that they lost to Florida. Miami lost to Louisville at home. That was one of their losses. And guess what? They were still in the playoff because they went undefeated in non-conference.
I just find most of the opinions are already based in what you already thought going into everything. So if you think the SEC is the dominant conference of 2026, I venture to guess, even amidst losses with some of these programs, you're going to still say, guess what? This team's blank in 1 record is better than that team's undefeated record.
This team's 8-1, but this team's got 2 losses, but they're better than them because it's just.
I know,
and it's going to be you're going to chase our tail as a dog, arguing this in circles for months to come.
Well, it does
because it's not going anywhere, right?
It feels like you and I I think because they've brought it back up, it does feel like we've done 2 or 3 different versions of this conversation of
Without a doubt.
how you gauge conferences, how do you
There's no
gauge
right or
which
wrong
conference
answer
should
to
get
it.
the leeway,
right?
Non-conference
deserves-
opponents, like
Right.
all of that stuff, and that's the frustrating part about the sport. It's why I personally. I love college football. It's why I lean the NFL a little bit more.
Yeah, I get it.
I don't have to worry about and freak out that my team lost a game every week.
It's not a panic mode.
I'm not going to, the NFC South is not going to be punished because the NFC West is better.
Right.
Even if you don't like the NFC South getting Carolina in because they lost and the Falcons won, well, that doesn't matter because they won their conference even by default.
Those are the rules.
And the NFC West, unfortunately, all those teams except the Cardinals have their S together. So,
right.
Sorry, they got to figure that out while that conference gets to just crap all over themselves and get to the playoff. You still get to work it out and play a playoff game.
This is a funny stat to kind of back some of this up, and we'll go on to not greener pastures, unfortunately. More bad news coming up in the next segment, but I did see this yesterday. Against Power 4 leagues in the full portal NIL era, the SEC has played 9 college football playoff games.
Okay.
Do you know what the record is in those 9?
I don't.
3-6?
2-7.
Oh, but I was told they're dominant forces who could not be stopped, and they're easily the best conference in the sport.
Now, SEC teams have wins over at, like, Ole Miss beat Georgia, but this is against other Power 4 teams. Does that make sense? The wins are Texas over Clemson.
Well, we think a lot about Clemson, don't we? That was the 9-3 team, wasn't it?
2 years ago. Yeah, they beat them at home.
Okay.
And then Texas over Arizona State.
Oh, man, because we all thought so much of that ASU team in that Big 12 conference that season.
Those are their 2 wins. They're 2-7 in the full
why does that
portal
metric
NIL era
not resonate with people? I'm not saying they won't have a title this year or not beat a good team. It's just we have a little bit of a sample size a couple years into this thing.
Right.
And the portal in the NIL world has completely flattened the landscape of the sport for who the top teams really are and how teams can compete. And we need to stop with this preconceived notion, well, it's the SEC's just dominant. They're the best one. Maybe top to bottom they are. Maybe their bottom would destroy other people's bottoms.
Bottom.
I said it, instantly regretted it.
Is that a bottom via bottom?
Yeah, like if your bottom's going to just dominate the other bottoms.
Who's got the best bottom on this show?
It's got to be you.
It's got to be me.
If it's not, that's an upset.
I'm caked up over it.
I think it's you, Swag second.
Swag's got skinny butt. You got runner butt.
I have runner butt?
I mean, you got a little more tush in your push, a little bit more, but I think I got more than
It depends if he's fat swag or regular skinny
He did just
running
come back
swag.
from a 3-week trip in Italy, so I think we added a layer there, if you will.
Yeah, but
it's a little more cushion.
2-7 is that's a joke.
There's a layer of wine and pasta.
Well, the wine and pasta layer currently on there that was added on
If
top.
the ACC was 2-7 in their last in their 9 expanded playoff games,
your bottom just
It's
derailed everything.
so far a masterpiece, if I do say so myself.
I can't stop thinking about bottoms now.
I said it. It's like, damn it. The bottoms dominating the bottoms.
All right, we'll move on from college football. That's enough
That's
for
a
today.
power bottom.
Who's the power bottom? The SEC thinks they're the power
They're
bottom.
a power bottom.
We have
God bless the beaver.
the mail sack coming up top of the hour. So get your questions in. The Sparta TRT mail sack. It is loaded. I do not think we will have enough room, but we will try. 503-864-6326. I got leftovers from last week's sack I got to start with, and then we'll dive into this week's sack.
Right.
That is coming up at the top of the hour. Are you aware that Tom Dunn and the city don't like each other? The latest next on The Fan. It is a Mail Sack Tuesday. A Sparta TRT Mail Sack Tuesday.
Let's go.
Coming up top of the hour. Few minutes away. Greener pastures are ahead, people. Because in the meantime, here we go again. The latest as the world turns. Are you ready for this one?
I'm going to tell you this right now. Unless something jarring comes out today,
this is it for a day.
I'm calling a timeout maybe for the rest of the week. I can't.
We're doing a hard lid 24-hour embargo unless there's a new piece or new source of information. That's it. Nothing tomorrow on the show about this.
This was in no way meant because these people are actually doing their job and doing it well.
Yes.
It is clearly now everybody going, hey, so-and-so, this is what I think of them. I'm anonymous. And they need to be passing that information along, but I can't. Yes. Bill Orm knocked it out. Jason Quick's knocking it out.
Yep.
I got to take a break. After this, I'm taking a break.
My mental health
pause.
needs it.
Yeah.
The NBA team in the city, stop me if you've heard this before, very far apart.
Hate each
on
other.
Their negotiations.
There's no love.
One official told Bill Orem as an anonymous source, given the ability to speak freely over this, as Dundon and at least four of his co-owners were scheduled to meet yesterday afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
And one official told Bill Orem there is a very real potential outcome of that meeting that the ownership group would reset the negotiations and essentially start over, tossing aside the $365 million that the state has already committed. When asked about the city's business climate and rising construction costs, the official added the deal doesn't get better. It gets worse over time.
Oh, duh.
No S.
I can't remember who it was because I read the piece and then Quick had some stuff and then I saw, God, who was it? I saw a TV cut of one of the stations locally and I'm blanking right now, so I apologize. But when they were interviewing one of the representatives, the council members, and I think it was the one that said this quote, that the deal only gets worse.
Right.
I did find myself agreeing with him on this. It's funny that they sent out the term sheet without the vote from the other council members. I liked it. I also found myself agreeing with the council members like, yeah, I'm a lawyer. Usually when we give you the offer, it's the highest starting offer and you bargain down. And I didn't think this was a good offer, and they've already said no. So it's only going to get worse. And I said, well, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, one team official argued that the city of Portland doesn't even recognize that they got a sweetheart deal out of this, adding, why is the city sending this thing knowing we're not going to agree to it? Basically saying they're suggesting that the arena renovation is far less expensive for the public had ownership press for a new facility. And we've talked about that. That's one of their arguments. They added the team official did, quote, they're making it complicated. And if they want to say no, if they don't want us, then that's fine. The head of the city council, the president, Jamie Dunphy, came out and said the terms represent a market rate renovation deal that includes strong community benefits and common sense worker protections. The first draft term sheet we shared was developed in good faith, but was completed without information we had been seeking from the Blazers. And so there's not a lot of new information in here. It's just different officials from different sides talking about some of the same things in terms of, and Quick, by the way, had another one last night that was really good as well on this. If you want to read through the entire thing, insinuating that a lot of the city has not. So we mentioned that Clean Energy Fund group that they're hopeful on the city side will approve the funding. And I think that there's actually a really strong argument they could get a lot of the money from the city side through that. But as we highlighted last week, they have a independent board that is appointed by the city council that approves or disapproves the funding. And essentially you say, here is our clean energy plan. They have raked in, there's only a 1% tax on some corporate thing. And they estimated it was going to bring in a couple of $1 million. They didn't think it was going to be that big. And the pool of money has grown into like $100 million a year. It's been significantly more than they thought. And so that's the hope that they can use that. But what do they need to approve it? They need to see your plans and how you're going to use it for clean energy. Is there something you could do for the the lighting in the arena, the air conditioning in the arena, the generators that you're using? There's a million different roads you can go down. Anybody who knows
Climate
anything about
Pledge is doing
right,
that, yeah.
exactly. And so if you just show them the plans of saying, hey, here's how we're going to make the building more energy efficient, the city can very easily turn around and say, here's $100 million from the Clean Energy Fund. Use that, and that foots most of the bill. And then there's not really a big argument anymore. But the city's not playing ball there. They are so far apart apart right now, and there is so much animosity between the two sides. They can't even come to an agreement on who's in charge of hiring the architect for the redesign of the Moda Center.
Well, that was always. I actually thought that was always going to be an issue for them.
The team wants the city to pay for it. The city doesn't want to pay for anything. They're haggling over every little detail and all this. So
it's going to be. They're going to want a union-based architecture,
and they're saying that's a complete non-starter on the team side.
Dundon doesn't probably believe in that stuff. There's
not a loose stuff here. I just wanted to pass along. If you wanted to read it, a new Orman quick piece last night.
One thing that some people have, I still sit at DEFCON 4 of losing the team. One important note out of this Orman piece is that these council members, the leading one, I'm blanking the name, Dunphy.
Jamie Dunphy.
Phil Dunphy out here. He's saying that basically they got the votes. Now, the terms, nowhere close, need to agree upon it. He's making me feel like once they get to a term sheet, they're going to vote yes. I also felt very encouraged about Chip Alexander yesterday on our program. Highly advise you check out the podcast. He's worked in Raleigh for years, and we brought him on to talk through the beginning of the Dundon era with the Hurricanes, and it was a lot of he's going to relocate the team, and he's going to do this. Well, the arena in Carolina, the Lenovo Center, is run by... What was it?
Some trust or some committee. I can't remember.
Yeah. Well, they created a stadium district, and there's some council that oversees the district.
It's basically their city council runs specifically the arena. And the difference in how they approached everything couldn't have been more stark than what we've done. He got here, no billionaires.
Right.
No.
We started politicking against him before it even began.
He got there, hadn't said anything, and they were like, let's get this done. We need to renovate anyway. We've had the arena since 1999.
We own the arena. We need to put money into it.
So, it just was a different approach, and it's not shocking that our city decided to take the approach. The one thing people have used as the fear base against moving the team is he's broke. He doesn't have the money. This quote at the very end of Orm's story from a team official, it's not like we lose money moving the team. We might spend money, but we don't lose money. It might be okay to spend $1 billion on a relocation fee if the valuation of the team doubles. And that's an important part because they're starting to kind of dabble in the...
That's their next public negotiation of don't play with us.
And
we knew it was going to get there. Yes.
Don't play with us. We don't care. We will spend money. The problem for that group... They need the votes from the other owners to approve a relocation.
Yes, they do.
You have the expansion waiting right now, and I think they're waiting on this situation to dial it up. But Seattle, to me, is not viable. Vegas has emerged with a potential expansion owner, so that's not viable.
There was another group that came out yesterday, by the way, Walmart Heiress, who's worth $20 billion.
The Vegas one.
There was I think it was a new. There's two now, I think, in Vegas, but maybe I'm wrong.
Nashville is not a candidate. That's too close to Memphis, and if Nashville gets a team, it will be Memphis.
Yep.
There's a lot of roadblocks from them moving. The money part I can't speak to. I don't feel that it's there. This is a dude that doesn't play around.
No. How did the head coach negotiation go?
Right. It went his way.
It drug on forever.
It went his way.
We all asked, are we going to do anything here? Are we going to hire a coach? Are you involved? Are we going to get a college coach? And what did he end up getting? He ended up getting the coach that he wanted.
One of the top assistants in the market. Yeah.
One of one contract in the NBA.
Yeah.
That's not a huge financial commitment. He held out until he won.
Yeah.
And it's a game of chicken, and he's going to do the same thing with the stadium deal. It just, as the world turns,
I told Swag, it's like a guy sitting across, we're sitting across from each other right now, and I'm Dundon and you're the city. It's no different than you throwing something at me, and I just stare at you. And I don't respond.
You don't answer in any way.
And then you lower what you just said, and I continue to not respond.
Okay, fine.
And now you're so uncomfortable by me
$20.
just staring at you.
$10. $9.99.
You tell us what you need.
How about I pay you?
Yeah, right.
How about I give you the money?
That's what he's doing. And he's speaking through team officials anonymously. This is how he operates.
Yeah.
The city needs to stop with some of this commentary. The Portland may not need this, or whatever the phrase. Get out of here. What are you talking about?
Stupid people on both sides are leading to quite the stalemate, and let's all pray and hope it's over sooner.
They need to
than
show
later.
us their market stuff, by the way, on the team side to give some city a break. They need to. They keep citing this market value. Can you give us the evidence to some of this stuff?
Let's just sit down in a room and get it done, you jackasses. That's the 24-hour embargo starts now. Actually, 25-hour because we got one more hour to go with the show.
Yeah,
25-hour embargo. Now, no Blazer Motor Center conversation. Unless we strike a deal tonight. That'd be kind of fun. It is a loaded final hour, and it starts with the Sparta TRT mail sack. Get your questions in 503-864-6326. Get to as many of them as we can. Start the final hour next on The Fan.
Big hits. Big bets. Big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
There's another one. Go ball. It is gone. It's a 4-homer night for Cleveland as they have battered Joe Ryan here in the early going.
How about Travis Bazzana going a yard yesterday off Joe Ryan Guardians TV? 7 home runs hit, tied for third most.
7 dingers in a game?
In a game in franchise history. They're a half game back, or no, 1 game back, excuse me, of the mighty White Sox in the Central.
Yeah, the Central and the West are pretty similar races right now. Bazzana's fun seeing him at the All-Star game, too, being at all those festivities, number 1 pick, living up to the hype.
Love that Aussie accent, too,
Yes.
man. Bazzana and the Guardians, Layin' Wood. Layin' Wood Report brought to you by Mr. Plywood. They're serving Portland for over 60 years. Man, I'm about a week and a half away from doing my fence. What a task. They've been great. Southeast Stark Street's their location. Great customer service, very helpful. Delivery, custom cutting, and special orders. And online, mrplywoodinc.com.
It's time.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Red Sox looking to make some team history today. They would tie the all-time record for a win streak with 15 with a win over the Orioles. They got a solo home run in the bottom of the 8th Monday night to beat the O's 6-5. Cal Raleigh's grand slam in the 7th for the Mariners blew things open. They shut out the Reds 8-zip to open up that series. They're back atop the AL West by a half game over the Rangers. Game 2 tonight against Cincinnati at 6:40. Luis Castillo and Chase Burns, your scheduled starters. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
Hey, let's do this final hour. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube.
I have tiny legs and I'm fat.
That is very true. Got a lot to get to here in the final hour of our good radio program. A lot of stuff going on.
A bad guy.
Are there bad guys out there? We got to wait and see on that.
Don't dive into.
Don't sleep on Ja.
Talked a lot of college football last couple of days.
We did. Somebody texted in. Oh God, where did this go? This one made me laugh out loud. I think it's probably going to get lost, but it was essentially here it is. Debating the bottom half of the SEC versus the bottom half of the Big Ten. God, I am so glad football season is back.
Power bottoms.
Amen, brother.
Bar 2 did a thing about comping offenses of Stein and Dillingham.
Oh.
And I just think there's a way, and I know we'll do it next week, all right, because media day for the Big Ten, but like...
Dillingham was only there for a year. That's a hard comp.
No, I don't think he's... I don't know this because I haven't read it, but it's not... I don't know
not
if it's
just
a
an Oregon
conclusion of like Dillingham sucked and Stein or whatever it was. Yeah. But I'm more thinking about like Lanning hasn't missed.
It's a big question for this year. He's got a new offensive coordinator.
But is every coach destined to miss?
At some point, yes.
Who's a coach who hasn't missed? Because Mario has missed a ton in Miami already. He's interchanged those dudes, and he finally has one that he likes.
Did Saban ever have Saban had to have had a bad offense coordinator in the bunch there. Did he not?
I feel like there was a season or a couple that...
Like his philosophy changed, and he opened it up and went with the Kiffins and the Sar. It turned into like a reclamation OC job, and then you get a new one every 2 years.
Whoever the analyst was, you knew was going to be the next OC. It was like Sarkisian's coming back from his alcoholism. He's an analyst, and then Lane's gone. Okay, here comes Sarkisian, and then here's Dayball.
Dayball, yeah. That's a good question. Yeah, he'd probably be the best comp, but I'd have to go back and look through all the coordinators to see when the last time he whiffed.
And also, I don't know what a whiff would... How you categorize that with such a loaded team, right? Like,
yeah, you wouldn't be able to come.
Third down splits are worse under.
Right.
Who's the OC for Oregon now? Like, I already forgot the guy's name.
Drew Merringer.
Yeah. And I know that there's been people with the opinion that Merringer is not good. I'm like, well, but isn't his sample size only one season at a middle road program?
Yeah, what are we doing here? How do we know? I think he was the OC for Rutgers for a year.
Rutgers
like
for
10
1
years
year
ago in the middle of their doldrums.
And I don't know, like,
God can't call plays. He's got 2-star recruits out there, man. What do you want him to do? It is a big question about Oregon this year. You're not wrong. He is 2 for 2, and to a certain extent, I don't remember the Stein one being criticized, but the Dillingham hire was roundly criticized when he made it. Because Dillingham had never called plays. He was under Norvell. Like he was
very young. He
was like 25 years old, dude. He was barely out of college. And everybody's like, that's your first offensive coordinator hire? And he got a head coaching job in 1 year. Mm-hmm. And is now one of the most sought-after not free agents, but potential coaching moves out there. I digress. We've wasted enough time.
Okay, let's get into it.
The Mail Sack is, as always, brought to you by our wonderful friends at Sparta TRT. Whether you're hitting the gym or just trying to survive the workday, don't watch from the sidelines. Reclaim your edge and win at the second half of life. SpartaTRT.com.
Let's go!
We got to empty the sack from last week and move on to this week's sack, so we'll go quickly through these. Mail Sack for Dirt. Now that the World Cup is winding down, if you had to pick a Premier League team to follow, who would you pick? Keep the soccer fever going.
Yeah, we got one.
I am a Crystal Palace fan, big time CP fan. That's what they call me. Okay. They call me CP on the streets, rooting from a palace. And I'm not going to watch it, but I will jokingly support Crystal Palace.
I'm going to do what he used to do to me, and now I'm in. Now I have a fundamental belief.
Are you
with
in
this
though?
job.
Are they called goalies, keepers? What are they called? I don't know if you're in the tent. I think you got kicked out of the tent yesterday.
I was in relegation battle.
Swag gave you the "This is Sparta" boot to the chest. Said, "Get out of my soccer tent."
Goalkeepers or keepers?
It kind of
Goaltenders and goalies play hockey. Get it straight.
Watch your team when they're middle of the road or the bottom.
Okay.
Don't opt out of
Cats
the
and
whole
dogs.
season.
We don't need to debate this
It's
again.
ridiculous.
He's opted out of his baseball season.
I did, yeah.
And I
pulled the
shame
shoot.
him for it, and he doesn't argue.
I pulled the shoot a month in.
He also has 3 of those.
I wanted to pull the shoot on opening night, if we're being honest. That was so bad. I'm like, nope, we're done. We'll see you next year.
If I told you there was a 7 a.m. game, though, Crystal Palace randomly on against a team you don't know, you wouldn't just as a pre-NFL
You're up
day?
with Teddy Ball game
Do
anyway.
they play Saturdays or Sundays?
Both days.
Both days. Saturdays,
Either
I'm
day.
going to be on the road. I mean,
I know.
not this year. It'll be a little bit different, but
A
I'm usually
Sunday
on the road.
7 a.m. NBC game. If I just said, hey, CP's on today,
If you
background
text me
noise.
when it's on
Yeah.
and that they're playing, I'll turn it on if I'm awake.
There you go. You don't have to be a diehard.
I'm not going to look at the schedule. I'm not going to.
But you
know,
go,
that's
hey,
fine.
I
I'm
watched
not going to
CP
listen to a
win this week.
podcast. You know, they're not going to have
Yeah,
it.
you're not going to go full
How
spray.
long do the games go? Do they go
2
2
hours.
But they start at 7. They're over at 9.
Dude,
Yeah.
it's when it starts at 7, it starts at 7.
The hard part of my Sunday morning is that it's usually the time of like we got to go do something because I know what's coming after that. So
Well,
let's
but it's
get out of the
7 a.m., what are
house.
you
Let's
gonna
get
go
out. Well, at 8 a.m. I might be out and about.
And that's
running
fine.
around.
Maybe CP's up 2-0. 2-0.
2-0. Is it
And-
nil? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Is that the okay? I'm just checking. I don't want to get kicked in the chest too.
Carry the fever, my friend.
Millsack, putting aside the issue of who's in charge of this question, is the World Cup the best pinnacle event in any sport in terms of fan interest, participation, etc.? He said an example to like the Super Bowl, the NBA Finals, the World Series, college football playoff, etc.
In America or the world? 'Cause
I mean,
that's
you'd
two
have to
different
say-
questions, isn't it?
Yeah,
The Super Bowl generates 100
I know.
million viewers.
Super Bowl here.
And it's just in America. Like I think the early numbers in for the World Cup final are 40-something million.
It's tremendous.
It's a huge number.
That's great. That's an
Super-
NFC title game.
It's a massive. The Super Bowl gets 100 million. Like the entire country stops what they're doing and
A
watches
conference
the Super Bowl.
championship in the NFL can get to 50.
Yes, they can. Josh Allen versus Patrick Mahomes easily gets to 50, right?
Yeah.
Like that just, and then Super Bowls will get 100. In terms of fan participation, like a pinnacle event, I
They're
guess.
not wrong on that part of it, yes.
Yeah.
What other sport does the fan base look as passionate and diehard as that?
Where else do you get like all of those, like when they were showing the pictures like in Madrid and Buenos Aires of the watch
The
parties?
Mexico
and
City watch parties were nuts. People died, and they went, sorry, amigo. And then they went on and kept drinking.
I think they mostly said it was only 3. I thought it was going to be a dozen. That's all we killed in this celebration. Yeah, I'll allow that. I'll grant that.
I did the Puss in Boots.
You did. You did.
Sorry, amigo.
Sorry, amigo.
Mi amor.
Mail sack question. What makes you the most crazy on the road? I am a hospice nurse. I travel around all day. People who don't use their blinkers drive me crazy.
Ooh.
Yes.
Blinkers are pretty bad. I will say
late lane changers.
the 2 things that
Fast
bother me
lane,
the most.
slow driver.
Yeah, that's a good one. Slow driving just in general, like below the speed limit, is you should be able to get more tickets for that. I talked about stroking guys yesterday in golf. Like we need more serious ticketing of slow drivers as we do fast drivers because they cause a lot of accidents because people are trying to get around them and it creates a whole logjam. I think my biggest pet peeve though is when you have somebody who realizes too late, kind of to your point on a late
The late lane changer.
like I got to get over 3 lanes and I only got a half a block to do it. And instead of saying, let's think about other people here and I'm going to go up here and then take a left and then a left and then I'll go
panic.
back.
So
And-
they either come to a complete stop in their lane.
and then everybody's got to stop.
And everybody's got to stop.
Yes.
Or they just massively cut over in front of.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're just a
you
total.
blew it if you don't know where you're going and you can't use GPS.
Yes.
Or you're a lead foot and you think you're going to squeeze in at the last second. No, you're spinning to the next exit.
That one probably gets me the most.
I have a friend that this applies to, so I'm just going to say this. When I watch big truck lifted guy drive his car like it's a motorcycle and just
they're weaving.
And then cut in because your ass is giant.
No.
I get real bothered.
There's no excuse for not knowing when you need to exit or turn or change lanes or something. No, not with GPS.
I missed a turn yesterday going to OHSU because my map was not like it was a weird turn, and it was like I didn't cut anybody off.
This is the point, though. You missed, so you're realizing, oh God, I just missed a turn.
And
you kept going. And you turned
I went
around.
up a block and turned right and got back on my path.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the way. Instead of, oh no, that's my turn, I got to stop.
No, that's on me.
And then everybody else has to get out of my way.
That's where you find out people who understand they're part of a big community universe versus the people that life centers around them.
That goes back to my rage traffic thing I had a year and a half ago. These people just absolutely went at me, and we got stuck at a light, and I just rolled down. I'm like, what are you doing? And then they screamed at me and said I cut them off, and I didn't. And then I eventually was like, you guys are a-holes. I'm like, yeah, we are.
Yeah.
And I was like, what?
Well, at least you called it. At least you acknowledge it.
There's a lot of people that drive like that.
There absolutely are. Too many of them.
Mail sack
question. This one from last night. This was the last night mail sack question. Happy 1-year FM anniversary.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think we're about, was it last week, right? Would have been the anniversary?
It was the 15th.
15th? That's what I thought.
Damn, we should have thought about that. I didn't even consider that.
1-year anniversary. I always crack up when I think of Dusty pointing to Swag to make the flip, and he turns as slow as he possibly can to hit the button. In that honor, what are your Mount Rushmore of drops that always make you laugh? Mine are no dude, get right to the meat, Neil's laugh, the Young Poon dude, and I could joke down 6 of those. Let me see how many of those I can find. Here's one. That's the Young Poon.
Now, that was the Chinese bang, right? We looked up what bang was.
I think he was trying to say bang, yeah. That was Chinese
Mike
bang.
Breen bang.
No. You guys can go ahead and share. I'll try and find the other. You got one?
No, dude, get right to the meat.
We got that one. I don't know where choke down 6. Oh, here it is. Dude, I could choke down 6 of those easily. And then you wanted the Neil laugh. I want to hit the big board for you. Here's the.
That's tomorrow.
There you go.
The anniversary's tomorrow?
Tomorrow's the anniversary?
Yeah, the 22nd.
Oh, it's 22nd?
Yeah,
It was the 15th.
Dusty came in. Yeah,
okay.
22nd.
So and look at that. He's a day ahead. That's a true P1 right there, by the way.
P1.
What is your honorable mention of drops?
I've always liked this because to this day, I showed my daughter this coincidentally like a month ago or so. This is one of the funniest Vine videos that ever existed. So we pulled this when we were a night show.
No one cares!
There was his sister was at the pool, and he asked her something, and she was like, actually, and he just shoves her in the pool and goes,
no one cares!
That was pretty solid.
I'm pretty partial to that one.
That was pretty solid.
Squeeze them damn things! Yeah. Make sure you got 2!
Yeah. How has this one not been added? Now, it's a late submission, more of a recent ad, but eat your own bud. How's that not in there? I got some affinity too.
Hog 'em up, Sikorsky.
Yeah.
I like hogging
got
up
a good
Sikorsky.
Kavanaugh drop in there.
That's pretty good.
I do like the newest one we've added.
I have tiny legs and I'm fat. That's not bad. That's pretty good.
I like my bird calls. I'm pretty proud of my bird call
Your
drops.
bird calls are solid. Your peacock is pretty good. Dan always gets me
that's
going.
a good question. I don't know if I could narrow it down to 4.
That's very difficult to do.
When you do this, 2012 is what our first night show ever.
It was a long time ago.
You just accumulate so many of them.
Yeah. So we got a lot of pages on here. It's hard to scroll through all of them. We forget about half
Shout
the
out
ones.
the Huggies.
Drip, drip, drip. There you go. Great for that. By the way, overnight mail sack question. You're a diehard. Appreciate
What helps ease the pain of a triple backdoor?
Nothing is the answer.
Come on the kick drum.
Here is your other overnight mail sack question. True or false? The Goodwill Wilt Chamberlain jacket reportedly went for $89,000 at auction.
You know what I found out about that?
What?
That Goodwill is across the street from my sister and brother-in-law's house in Hillsborough.
If you just would have poked your head in, it dug
Not
through some
me,
boxes.
them.
Anybody.
Across the street.
It's right there.
I don't think they would have
$90,000.
grabbed it because they would have been like, it's a big Chamberlain jacket. What is that?
Yeah, that's a good point. If you couldn't wear it, would you even think about it? I think I would have would you have the ability to spot something that looks somewhat authentic?
Well, when I go, all I kind of look for is stuff like
That's
this.
the only reason,
sports
for
stuff.
being honest.
There's
I don't,
usually
don't need your plates.
Usually somewhere in the labels or something, there's an extra patch or a specific patch that it's like for the game or for the player or something like that.
Well, yes, thought that was fair, or if yours thought you would get more, #TrustTree. So if you found that jacket, was $89,000 a fair deal for you, or are you hoping for more than $89,000?
$3.
You paid $3.
I would take it. You give me $50,000. I'd be
you
like,
might
yeah,
hoped for a little bit more.
I don't know
but
what the percentage would be. Swag, the human calculator, could do it. Are you ever going to make a bigger ROI in your life?
It's like
No, for $3 turning into $89
grand.
That's a pretty good. That's a pretty good ROI.
it's like 3,000%.
That's what I'm saying.
3,000% or
Percentage
something like that.
standpoint,
3,000%.
pretty
I think.
solid.
When it said it was $250, I was like, that seems like a bit
Yeah,
much.
nobody's
And then
spending $250 on
Came
that.
out, I was like, $89,000 still, man.
Seems fair. I'll allow it. Mailsack question: what would you be willing to try that is one of your biggest fears?
Swimming next to a great white shark.
You would be willing to get in the water with a great white shark?
Yeah, but cage.
Cage. Do the cage
Now,
one.
am I actively trying to
Open
make
water.
this happen?
Can I throw you into the open water with a shark? What would you rather do? Open water with a shark or a snake
Who's
around
to
your
say
neck?
you haven't been in open water with a shark?
That is very
I
true.
have been.
Could have been one
Because
rubbed
I
up against your leg.
snorkeled in Hawaii.
There you go.
And a lady from Lako had her leg bit off a day after I swam in that area.
It's different day, different shark, different.
One day. That tiger shark
It was all the way down the
Who
coast.
knows what was swimming below me in the Adriatic, but I couldn't see anything. So
500 yards out, though, too. What kind of creatures
When you
are
go
living?
all the way out there, you're going to see some
right.
wild
So-
animals. Was the Loch Ness Monster out there?
I did have one thing, and I don't know if I will ever actually book it because I am terrified, yet there's nothing more beautiful and majestic than the orca. I love the orca. I've always loved the orca. I used to think the white dot was its eye.
Did you see the remake in Free Willy?
I have a real problem with that, actually. It's in the Magic Hat.
are we CGI in that?
You're damn right
beast?
they are. They're not getting a real whale.
You can't get a real
They're
whale
shutting
in
down
this day and
SeaWorld
age.
because of
Yeah.
this stuff. You think they're
Yeah,
getting
I
a
know.
real whale and tell them to
You
jump
see
over a
what's-
rock wall?
Todd, we're going to totally tangent this. You see what SeaWorld's starting to do to sell tickets? They're putting on concerts. In one of them,
What do you mean?
go look at the video. E40 just did a concert at SeaWorld, and it was packed, and everybody was dancing.
Tell me when to go.
Tell me when to go. And I think there was some dolphins in the water jumping around. It is one of the funniest videos I've
Now,
ever
if you
seen
get me
in my
dancing
life.
dolphins in my concert,
If you're getting to the part of that song when they're like dum dum and dolphins are just jumping to the beat,
Right? Not bad.
I kind of feel bad for that dolphin, but
Now,
that's a great show.
Animal torture is at least entertaining for me.
In Norway,
Yes.
you can free dive and swim with orca pods. And I see the videos and just imagine you're in the ocean and an orca swims 35 yards past you. You're crapping your pants.
Yeah.
It's too big of an animal
I poop.
to not think, am I going to be the first human in history
Definitely poop.
that a wild orca is going to mangle me like a seal?
Yeah.
Throw
Could
me
you
in the
survive
air.
in his stomach for a little bit?
What? They would chew you up.
And if they swallow you whole, you just hang out in there.
Do you know what they do to sharks when they eat them?
Like Geppetto.
They flip the shark to rip the liver out.
Well, that's because it's a predator. I'm not a predator. I look like a little fish out there.
They do that to seals. They like.
I think they just swallow me, let me hang out in their stomach for a little bit, shoot me out of the blowhole.
Ray.
Shoot me out of the blowhole is absolutely need to be added to the repertoire.
I got to be honest with you. I don't know. My fears are not.
What are your
anything-
fears?
I mean, heights. I'm terrified of heights.
Would you bungee jump?
No, never in a million years.
Remember
you
that
couldn't
lady
pay
that
me
got
to do
thrown
it.
off the bridge?
We just talked about
Yeah, I
that.
know.
You couldn't pay me to skydive. You couldn't pay me to bungee jump, parachute jump, nothing. I would not do it.
At what age would you try skydiving?
I wouldn't.
75?
I just unplugged my headphones now. I can't
75 years old. You
No.
you don't know how much longer you got.
hear. No, I'm not doing it. Not doing it. It's not going to work, and I'm going to die.
Norm Macdonald told Jerry Seinfeld once, I'm more likely to try heroin, but when I'm 80. Because at that point, what does it matter?
At that point, who cares, right? I don't think maybe talk to me in 25 years. Maybe I'll have a different stance on that.
In 25 years?
But for
How
now-
old are you?
I'm 37. 25 years, I'll be what?
You're still too young.
I'm in my 70s at that point. 60s. 60s, yeah. Good at
You're
math.
60s.
60s. Yeah, I'm not willing
might
to
have
do it.
grandkids.
But at that point, I might be like, all right, I can see the end of the roadway here. Why not? Let's go jump out of an airplane. But for now, no thank you, man. I don't like putting my
Swag,
life...
what's your biggest fear you'd try?
Eating a strawberry?
That's
Oh,
good
I've done that.
right there.
I've done that.
You ate mayo last year.
Does it count as doing that if you haven't done it in 50 years?
I've done it more recently than that. There's been strawberries in things that I was not aware of, and I'm like spit it out.
Yeah,
Go,
you
what
didn't
the
do that
hell
with
is
mayo,
this?
though, did you? Pimento cheese, delightful. It's covered in mayo, buddy.
I don't know. I don't know that I
What's
have.
an action, like an activity? Like trying food to me is not a fear.
No.
That's not like,
No.
I hate scalloped
the
potatoes.
biggest phobia fear I have is still needles. It is.
So getting a tattoo.
Yeah, getting a tattoo.
Even
and
that kind of needle?
It
Or
doesn't-
doesn't matter if it goes in the skin or not?
doesn't matter.
What tattoo would you get? If you got a tattoo, just give me an example of a tattoo. And it
a
can't
lot
be
of guys,
Dodger-related.
in my fraternity have the fraternity letters like on their ankle. That's a common thing.
Do they have anklet bracelets next to it?
No.
Oh.
It's just on the ankle, Greek letters.
Of all the places, the ankle.
The ankle, huh?
Yeah.
What's that about? Is that a fraternity thing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you would do that?
Probably do that.
Oh. See, if you were willing to do something funny, I'd do it with you. You know? You want a Betty Boop? Little sneak peek cartoon?
Little Betty
turning
Boop
you on
right
when
there?
you were 5,
Huh?
making you feel weird?
Ooh.
I'd be in on that.
Either that or I'd have Pax design me something.
Oh, there you go.
From him.
Draw something and have it
Draw
put on,
something
put
or
on
whatever.
your arm or
I
whatever.
think you'd be
That's a good idea.
shocked how your phobia, because I also don't love needles. I don't know if I'm as far as you.
I can't, like, when I go to get, you know,
can do it without
flu
looking.
shots or boosters or whatever, I was like, just do it. I can't. I have to look away.
You can do that during tattoo.
So,
in fact, in the right spot, you won't really feel much. You
it
could
would
just
have
fall
to.
asleep.
Yeah, that's the thing. It'd have to be down. It would have to be down on my. What did you say? I missed that. Never mind.
Let's not linger.
Okay. It would have to be down on my leg so I could.
Get the dead fish again.
Yeah. Okay. We're done.
Yeah, I guess we're done. He can't stop himself.
Did anybody else catch that? Maybe I was the only
He
one.
said when it's down his leg.
More mail sack. Next on the Fam.
Now.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Portland Timbers have a new head coach officially announcing this morning. Marty Cifuentes will take over the club. He's 44 years old, from a native of Catalonia, Spain. He most recently was coaching in the English Premier League for Leicester City.
What's his name? Marty Fuentes?
Marty Cifuentes.
Cifuentes?
Cifuentes.
That's a fun name to say. I like that.
Do you guys like nut bridges?
Excuse me?
40 million squirrels are killed by drivers each year, so a city has created the first ever squirrel bridge, also known as the Nut Bridge.
Will they take it?
Yeah, they've already found that they are.
Okay. They're not running across
the road anymore? Wildlife passes.
Oh, okay.
Where is this?
This is, sorry, I forgot the place.
I'm going to go see the Nut Bridge.
Longview, Washington.
That sounds like a Northwest thing. Very West Coast of us. I thought it was interesting. The major season came to an end in golf this weekend. Our guy Ryan Fox winning the Open Championship, highlighting the difficulty of getting so close but not being able to win it. There were two players who made the cut in all four majors, and they tied for the cumulative best score in the majors. And it was Scotty Scheffler, 20 under par. Sam Burns, 20 under par. No majors between them. The next closest was Xander Schauffele at 13 under, Rory McIlroy, Cam Young at 11 under, Ludwig Oberg at 10, and Colin Morikawa at 6 under. Those are the only guys who made the cut in all four majors and finished the season under par.
So Scotty and Sam are the Wolf national champions.
Exactly.
The Oregon Ducks of golf.
Hang the banner.
There you go. There's your update from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Hey, that one's not too bad. I like that one.
Red 85. Fat hot.
Should have added that to the Mount Rushmore drops. Those football Fridays, when those hit, dude.
Here we go.
Just about a month away.
It's almost here, man. You bet your ass when we get the Hall of Fame game, which is in what, like 3 weeks?
August 6th.
August 6th. It's You know what makes me feel it? That makes me feel it.
Woo! Oh, I can't wait for football season. It's going to be so good.
I don't want to talk over it. I just kind of want to look at
Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson. Next.
Jim!
Will Trevor Lawrence do it on the road? We'll find out next, live from Seattle.
You see Joe Buck last night on Twitter?
He's doing a Jeopardy. They're doing a sports.
Oh, is he doing a sports Jeopardy?
Yeah.
Some old bag on social media who doesn't know what day of the week it is sent Joe Buck a tweet about being biased for a broadcast. And Joe Buck was like, just out of curiosity, what game do you think I'm calling right now? She was like, can you call a baseball game straight down the line? And he's like, I'm at home giving my kids a bath right now. Yeah, dumbass.
He did like 1 or 2 ESPN games.
He did not do a lot of them.
Well, with Ravitch going, he might be doing more.
That is true. I would love to hear him on baseball games. I miss him calling baseball games. That's for sure. Okay.
This is what dirt his wife. This leads him into horny Sunday
When
nights.
this happens,
You're both feeling it.
We're both feeling it.
Let's go to Jack Collinsworth.
Well, no.
What a thruple.
No, hold on.
What a thruple.
Time out. Challenge flag. Getting thrown. 20. Give me 20.
Jack Collinsworth.
By the time the intro music's playing, Jack is long gone. Jack's on it like 4:15. Although, haven't they fired? Didn't Rodney Harrison get fired? And Tony Dungy, didn't they clean house too?
I think they're trimming things
down. It's like
an
hour earlier. He's with like Florio. This is right after Carrie, and you're feeling great, and then that happens.
Yeah.
You feel good.
Then your wife sees Jack on TV.
Yeah. Well, 2 inches is a lot, buddy. All right, stop wasting time. Mail sack question. What's a worse feeling? The emergency dump when you're nowhere near a toilet,
such a dirt question.
Or the moment you realize you've lost your wallet or keys and have no idea where you left them.
The latter, not remotely close for me. I don't encounter.
You'd rather poop your pants than lose your keys?
I don't encounter that problem often.
What if you did?
I encounter the keys and
Keys
phone
and
thing
wallet.
quite often.
Yeah, somebody
That's
who
panic time.
I'm going to go. I don't ever lose my keys. I don't ever lose my wallet. I'm very good at remembering where they are and having them in a place. Now, maybe when the kids get older, that'll become complicated because they'll grab them and throw them and put them in a shoe or something, and I won't be able to find them. The having to take emergency dumps happens to me quite often, and it is not a good feeling. So I'm going to go with the first one there.
I put my money clip in a different pocket of my golf bag than I normally do.
See, why would you do that? Put it in the same pocket. This is a user error.
I'm not saying it's
You got to
not.
have a system in place, man. You got to have rules.
This is entirely my point. It's why the ladder's the worst. I don't keep the consistency, so I will be like, wait a minute. Did my money clip fall out in the course?
Where'd my money clip go?
And then I went, oh, wait, no, I put it in this pocket.
That's right there. It's okay.
It's terrifying.
Mail sack question. Dude, that just reminded me to combine the two things. Years ago, we were up visiting family in Seattle, and I had an uncle who we were getting ready to go play golf. He was taking a dump before we left the house. We get to the golf course. We're 4 holes in, I want to say, to our golf round, and he realizes I don't know where my phone is. 4 holes into the golf. And he's like, well, it's a weekend, but he's one of those guys that like would never stop working, and so emails and calls would happen constantly. Just panic mode, right? Takes one of the carts. He's driving all over the course. Can't find it. He goes all the way to retrace his step. Like, he leaves us. He's just gone. We're going to finish the round of golf without him. Driving home, you know where he found it? He found it on the floor in front of his toilet from his pre-round poop. It fell out of his pocket in his pants. And he pulled his pants up, walked out of the bathroom, and had no idea, didn't even think about it, got in his car, drove to the course, started playing. There it was, right in front of the toilet the entire time.
Thank you.
Mail sack question, what is your sports pet peeve or hill to die on? Mine is when every skill player is called a weapon. No, Ladd McConkey is not a weapon because he plays receiver. That should be reserved for versatile offensive skill guys like Gibbs, Kamara, and Debo in his prime.
I'll give you one for me. It's been building for 20 years, and I think it just was added on because of something, the GOAT conversations.
Too many of them?
There is not one.
Yeah, why can there only be
one?
Well, did you see Dennis Rodman said guarding LeBron would have been easy.
I'll just make him go left.
It's that simple.
Yeah. By the way, Charles Barkley, love me some Charles, does one of the Barstool pods and says Steph Curry would have not survived the 90s. And thank you every normal human being who said Jeff Hornacek and John Stockton played.
Steve Kerr hit a shot to win an NBA Finals. He's like 6'2".
I don't know what these 90s players are doing now, but they're doing something that's just, it's factually not even remotely correct. Wouldn't have survived. 260, 6'8" LeBron James wouldn't have survived. Charles, you're 6'4". Maybe. Did you survive?
Are you okay?
I don't know why we're doing this. I don't know if this is a make me feel better about my era thing.
Probably.
But the older hoop fans do this. I don't know what it is. And it's not even Bron and Jordan. Like, I have both on my workout wall. I love them. Did you see this thing coming out into the World Cup final? Messi is the GOAT athlete.
Oh, he's the greatest athlete of all time now. We got to do that.
Why?
GOAT of soccer's not good enough?
5'3" and amazing at soccer?
Right.
Can he just be like one of the greatest to ever kick it and bend it?
No, he didn't bend it like Beckham.
So Lionel Messi lines up for the 100-meter next to Usain Bolt. And because he bends the soccer ball,
he's the greatest athlete
we're
of all
concluding
time.
he's a better athlete than Usain Bolt. What if we get into a swimming pool here? And Michael Phelps.
Wait till you see me on land.
Why do we do this? And also some athletes get the GOAT stuff even after they lose, and some athletes get absolutely punished for losing. Yeah. Tom Brady lost, 3 Super Bowls? Mahomes loses a Super Bowl. Well, he could never pass Brady as a better player all time. It's over. LeBron loses a finals. The choke.
MJ was 6-0.
Messi loses another World Cup final. Well, he's still a GOAT, though. I don't know how
Gretzky lost one? He might have lost 2.
Yeah, I think he did lose 2.
How do we the GOAT stuff? It's just,
I know.
Why can't we just appreciate and say they're some of the best?
He's great. All-timer. Mine's when you use the wrong term for goalie in soccer.
Well played.
That was very well played.
Mine is, and it grows more and more, we need to stop the in-game player-coach interviews between quarters and just stop.
You know
That's
what?
a good one. That's a good one.
People think you and I hate each other.
I'll second that message.
I'm with you there.
I'll add
It's
my
so
vote to your
pointless.
bill here.
They clearly don't want to do it.
No.
Everybody's being forced to do it.
Nope.
I thought when Pop started making fun of them and noting how ridiculous it was, but TV producers, I don't know where you get ingrained when you become a TV producer for sports play-by-play that this has to be done. Stop it.
Can I ask you guys
It
this?
doesn't add anything
nothing
to
interesting
the
has
game
ever happened.
whatsoever.
Yeah.
Post-game comments after somebody's looked at it, had a chance to think, collect their thoughts.
Right.
Absolutely. At this point in the game, that I get. But during the game,
Can I take it a step
you're
further,
in
too?
the way. Stop it.
And add the mic'd up, and especially in NBA games, I don't know if they do this as much in other sports, the mic'd up moments of like, here's your huddle, and it's like, let's go, guys, let's go, got to defend.
They need to do a better job of
Hey,
editing.
let's cut it to 9. Cut it to 9.
Now, I will say, for baseball, for players, I don't know if you guys caught any of the Dodger-Philly game yesterday.
I did not know.
Danny Erdman was mic'd up, and it was fantastic at third base. Like, he went into deep.
During the broadcast?
Yeah, it's like the third
They're starting
inning
to
or
do it
something.
during the regular season games.
I got issues with that.
I don't like it during regular
think-
season
well,
games.
Until your
they have
guy
to-
makes an error at third base,
Yep.
and you're like, how about you get the earpiece out of his ear
Yep.
and let him
Well,
focus
the
on
players
doing
have
his
to agree
job?
to it. Players can say no.
I
They're not
know.
required. But
You want
when
Aaron
you get
Rodgers
one-
dropping back to throw in the pocket. You know, Joe, it looks like the middle linebacker is really biting on this curl route right now.
Yeah.
I want to ask you this.
They can be entertaining. I get those are better, but I just
If
it's
you
a
have a
weird
player
balance
that's
of-
comfortable
yeah.
doing it, he was great. Talking about
If
it.
you had a sideline reporter that recognized what we're talking about and took a real bold step, and during the first time out of the new reporter's first game, and said, Coach, you guys trailed by 2 early on. Pancake, waffle, or French toast?
Go.
How would we react as sports fans?
I'd love it.
I would love it.
I'd love it because then maybe you'd get something entertaining out of the answer. But I know not everybody would love that.
I feel like it'd become very polarizing.
Well, it's the waffle, of course.
Yeah.
All right, good luck in the second
Just
quarter.
like without a pancake. What a stupid question.
Some people want their coaches asking
yeah.
chocolate or vanilla.
You could have done that with Pop.
Oh, and
and
he
just
would
go
Well, I'm just curious why
Pinot
nobody's
Noir
tried
or
it.
cab.
Let's just
What's
have fun with it
We're
after
too
the
instead.
game?
scared. We don't
Yeah.
lose our jobs in the
Way
industry.
too scared.
And instead of just saying, like, what do you get after the first quarter when the Warriors are down 4?
Yep.
Against whoever. And
We got to
Kerr's
stop
like,
turning it over. We got
crap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta hit our threes. Like,
You have two analysts, and you got all these people that
cake
you're
or
paying.
pie?
Exactly.
Steve Kerr, you a cake guy or a pie guy? And what if he's like, I'm neither. Cookie.
Oh, whoa. Curveball.
Brownies.
Curveball.
Brownie a la
Did
mode.
not see that happening.
Kerr's absolutely dabbling in pop brownie.
Yeah, he's a big pop
Are
brownie
you
guy.
kidding me? He's got that beautiful house overlooking
This
the
back
bay.
hurts after a game, man. Need
Pop
some
brownie helps.
muscle relaxers.
THC helps. All right, rapid fire because you jackasses won't shut up. Mail sack question. Heading to a wedding in a couple of weeks. The couple have asked guests to wear formal tuxedos and long formal dresses. They're only serving pizza for dinner. Is it ridiculous or just me? Yes.
That's ridiculous.
That's
yes.
egregious.
I would threaten to not go. You know who you are in that wedding? You're the person in traffic who's in the left lane and you need to get to the right. You're thinking about only yourself. Nobody wants to be in a tuxedo.
Go Canadian tuxedo for that one.
Yes,
and show
everybody
'em
will
up.
be uncomfortable, and you're just because you want your pictures to look nice. Nobody's going to look at your pictures in 5 years. Nobody cares about your wedding. Mail sack question. You have one of 3 options for next year, but you have to take the wife and the kids, so it's a family trip, not a guy's trip.
Okay.
You get a week at each location and tickets for all 4 days and have to attend all 4 days.
Okay.
Following?
Yes.
Would you go to Augusta for the Masters, the Open at the Old Course at St. Andrews, or Ireland for the Ryder Cup? I would go Ireland Ryder Cup.
Well, let's see.
Ryder Cup. My daughter would get far more into the team aspect of country versus country versus she would not care about the Open. She definitely would give 2 S's about the Masters. My youngest would go with anything, and my wife could just be like, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think of what the best collective would be. It's
also,
the Ryder
you're
Cup.
in Ireland.
We
Not
need
that
a
going
team
to
function.
The Old Course wouldn't be cool, but, very
functions.
close. Yeah, team function.
Ryder Cup.
Ryder Cup's on my
Ryder
bucket list.
Cup.
Yeah, that's easy. I've also been to a Masters, so that helps. Mail sack mostly for dirt with a new smear baking in the oven.
What?
Because smudge.
Smear, that's solid. Well played.
Smudge and smear is a great label to put on a Christmas gift.
I should do that for the family.
If
Christmas
I give you
card.
a gift from us and it says to smear, you better know
I know
who
you're talking about. Will you lean into being cargo short dad, or do you already embrace the functionality of cargo short? Sprague and Swag, were you cargo short dads? No, I will not be a cargo short dad.
Well, no.
I would do the fanny pack before I do the cargo short.
The dirty secret is Dirt used to be cargo short guy.
He was.
I did. I was.
Guy.
I wore
in the single days.
puka necklaces too, man. Puka shells.
No, I am not a cargo shorts dad. I am a fanny pack dad.
You got to have pockets. I mean, you got to have something to carry stuff, but that's where the fanny. I will not be over the shoulder fanny pack guy. I refuse to do that.
I think you would with my Louis V.
There's no way that I look cool doing that. I'm short and I'm fat. I got little legs. It's not a good look for me. Okay, I'm already embracing who I am, and I'll put my harmonics on and do it around my waist instead of over. I don't have enough style to pull that.
It's
off.
all in the. It's got to be in the aura in which you carry.
I don't have aura.
Oh.
Aura and me are not two things that go together. There is your Sparta TRT mail sack. Every week brought to you by Sparta TRT. Whether you're hitting the gym trying to survive the workday, don't just watch from the sidelines, reclaim your edge, and win at the second half of life, SpartaTRT.com. Final segment, including have we ever seen a circumstance like this before? Next on The Fan. All right, welcome back in. Last one for us today. A great mail sack as always. Always delivers. This one, I've been keeping my eye on this, and I just, you know me, I'm not a huge NBA off-season guy when we're not involved. Some trades, like the Lou Dort trade the other day was interesting. We're all waiting on LeBron. Rich Paul saying, be patient, okay? This is not le décision. It's a big deal for him, and he's taking his time.
He's 41. I don't know why we're like, make your decision already.
Make up your mind, you bastard.
His daughter's playing volleyball. He wants to golf. There's a lot going into
Ireland
this
playing
decision.
golf right now, all right? The guy's living the dream.
You know.
He's not rushing his decision. I don't know if I've ever, and please, give me an example if there's one that comes to your head. So we had a listener the other day send us the Draymond Green thing of like the NBA doesn't set you up for long-term financial success because they fine you too much.
We're in a weird state with players right now.
Shut up.
$100 million is not enough money.
Not enough. I had to live off of my endorsement check for my first 6 months before my rookie $1 million contract kicked in. CJ, I'm so sorry you had to do that. How's your winery going? Anyways, Draymond's an idiot. We know that. This latest one... This is just wild. It's blowing my mind, dude. So Golden State wins the Summer League title. I was not watching. Afterwards, their first-round picks, Yaxel Lindenborg. Lindenborg?
Yeah, Lindenborg.
From Michigan. We all remember him at Michigan, won a national title. He's a Golden State. And he, after the game, was asked and had to answer how his relationship is going and how training camp is going to go with his new teammate.
Yeah, I hope so, man. I don't know if Draymond, I hope Draymond like it, man, because, you know, we've been over here going back and forth, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, the Michigan thing, you know, we're bringing dubs, we bring championships, we win. So, I mean, you know, you got to respect it for me. So, you know, go dubs, and hopefully them boys can, you know, enjoy seeing what they saw, and, you know, when it comes time to play the regular season, hopefully they, you know, stay winning.
The idea of a veteran on a team who, by the way, correct me if I'm wrong, technically a free agent right now, right? Didn't they decline his option? He opted out.
Yeah, because there was a lot of reports it was about LeBron.
No, he's going to likely be back. He's not going anywhere else. He's going to resign eventually. But he's not even under contract right now. He's criticizing his rookie from the LeBron. The rookie is having to answer questions at Summer League about whether or not his teammates will welcome him into the fold. Mm-hmm. This is a wild one for me. The guy who ruined the relationship with Kevin Durant, who essentially ended their dynasty when he left in free agency because he was a total D to him in the locker room and then punched a teammate in the face, is already doing it when his days are numbered in the NBA with their newest first-round pick.
Well, the thing about Draymond that I find fascinating, Dirt, is that he's always operated in a world where it's about him and lining everybody up below him. And the clear indication from the organization, I think, based on how they're dealing is, yes, do they appreciate Draymond's contributions? Sure. Who is more likely in line with their future?
Right.
It's not even remotely close.
The guy they just took in the first round of the draft.
Who was MVP of the Summer League.
Yes, and won a national championship in college. It was one of the guys that when the Blazers were in the brink of maybe or maybe not making the playoff, we were doing what? We were drooling over him at the back end of the top 10 or early teens.
I also just he wasn't in any way being serious about maybe I could pitch LeBron and try to come. He knows what he is, dude.
It's a kid making a joke, man.
Yeah, and he takes it to the pod and he makes it a more serious thing. You pair that with the Jordan Poole punch, I don't know.
He's ruining the inside the NBA show.
He's going to be on that.
Yeah.
That's our future for the next 25 years.
He's never going to go away, is he? We're stuck with him for the rest of our lives, aren't we?
Maybe. Maybe some of these players, I mean, look,
he
we talked
seems
about Ryan
like
Clark
he's
earlier.
Got the addicted to attention gene in his body.
What do you mean? He seems like
the podcast.
Are you just now realizing this?
Just go away, dude. Hang him up, Draymond.
I would argue the minute he started barking real loud at officials is the minute Draymond Green knew he liked himself some Draymond Green.
Can you imagine this going? I mean, we didn't have a first round pick this year, which yay. Imagine Lillard doing this. A rookie makes a comment. Young Hansen makes a comment last year in Summer League about how he wants to play like Jokic someday, and Damian Lillard has to go on a podcast and say, "Why don't you wait your turn, young rook?" All right? Know your role in the NBA here. Know your role in the locker room. What is the matter with you, dude? You were the problem here.
There was just a thing that came out, I think, from Young Hansen. Dame is learning Chinese to say hi to the kid. And he's probably not going to be on the Blazers in 2 years. And he's just out here learning Chinese to be very nice to a young guy.
To help him and communicate him with him a little bit more.